Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. We are about to start it up. Just here we go.
Good morning. Okay, let's do that again.
Raise your right hands. You shall well and truly try the issues
Yes.
formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon,
Oh,
who is charged
wow.
with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder, 2 counts, concealing the death of another, false report of a crime, making false statements, 14 counts, and a true verdict given according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will.
I will.
You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started right away. The first thing I'm going to do is give you some preliminary instructions. I have asked the bailiff to provide you with pens and notepads for your use during trial. You may take notes, but you are not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and evaluating witnesses' credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony. The notes until you retire, the notes are there to assist you in remembering what you have. And I'm taking a look at my notes, and my notes need to be a little bit different from what they are. All right. I don't have everything that I need. So this is a wonderful way to start out. We're going to take already a 5-minute break. Okay, so you take the jurors to the deliberation room.
Jurors exiting.
Look at Leilani Simon, y'all. Dang. She definitely looks serious. I thought she would have. I thought they would have done her up a little more makeup, hair done a little bit better, but nonetheless, she looks more grown up. Oh yeah, you're gonna gain weight when you're in prison. Well, I mean, she was on a bunch of
All clear, Judge.
Thank
DRUGS.
you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. The court is to refer to her notes and to essentially read from the notes. I have big gaps in my notes that I didn't realize until now. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. We're in recess. Yeah.
So I had a video of Leilani and Billy Joe. They were like in the car singing to each other. I'm so mad because Quinton looked like, yep, he looked just like his mama. You know, Quinton was such a cute child. TV is about 5 minutes ahead. Excuse me, I got the hiccups now. Justin, when I got out of SCSO, I had to use every bathroom every 5 minutes due to water retention while in jail. Yeah. 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 Because you don't get to move. You don't get to move a lot um, when you're in jail. So what's going on with the court? The judge was looking for notes or something like that, and it still didn't. They're taking a 5-minute recess. It literally just started. But let me see if there's got anything going on here on how old is Leilani? God, she's so young. I don't know where, like, I honestly don't know how she's 21 probably now, 22. That was 13 years ago. What was 13? Oh, gotcha. Oh my lord. Well, I can tell you, like, when I'm stuck at my desk for a long period of time, even myself, like, I can tell, more fluid builds up on me. Like, so I can't imagine being, you know, up in the clink because you can't move around. She's around 24. Mm, interesting. It's something like that. This is going to be a very stressful trial. I'm just going to tell you right now. If you are one of those that we're going to hear some lots of really, really disturbing things. Good morning, YouTuber. Sabine V. Oakley. Hey Jude, Bear Nerdy, Roni, Lean on Me. How you doing, Lean on Me? I haven't seen you. Get Lockard. I'm sorry, I've never heard this word. She is in jail for I gotta say allegedly unaliving her 20-month-old son. His name was Quinton Simon. Uh, she allegedly beat him in the head with an unknown object, um, threw him, drove him dead, her dead child, uh, few miles down the road, threw him in a dumpster, and then he was in a landfill. A landfill recovery is generally less than 2% that they will find you, even if they know what area you are in. They searched for over 40 days and nights, and they found most of him, I guess you could say. Um, of course, not to be too graphic here, but we are biological beings, and when we no longer have oxygen in our lungs and our heart beating, uh, you know, we go back to the earth. And someone that young, after 40 days and nights, and you can imagine just what happens in a trash truck every 10 minutes. You know what happens in a trash truck about every 5 or 10 minutes, right? And then when they unload the trash truck, they take it to the landfill, they take it to the landfill. And then there is bulldozers that push this, and it's just a very terrible situation, and we're going to hear about all of this. There's going to be some tears for a lot of us on this case. We stood outside, feet from where Leilani in my opinion, took the life of little Quinton Simon. I do believe she will be found guilty. I think that they have overwhelming evidence. From what I understand, they have overwhelming evidence that she's done this. I don't know how the hell they're going to twist this one. They're going to have to do the two-step, backwards and forwards on this one. If there's, I don't think that they're going to blame it on anyone, the prosecution, or not the prosecution, the defense, but I think they are going to blame it on stress and drugs, mental health, all of that. Uh, I'm sure her jailhouse detox hurt bad. Oh, yeah, but in the what was it the fall, around this time, uh, probably November of 2022, we were right down in Savannah. Lord have mercy. What a time. That was such a crazy time, because I mean, if that, there's things that I did then that I would probably not do now, but I also don't regret being out there personally. I might regret some of the things I've said, but I don't regret being out there, because I mean, even the other side, you know, who they are, they were, starting with us even then. Good morning, K Jude. Good morning. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Thank you, my love. Good to see you. No worries, no worries. Lady, you said it's going to be 5 minutes. It wasn't long after y'all got there and she was arrested. So, yeah, yeah. It wasn't long after we got there. Dolly was arrested too. Oh, I'm just kidding. Not to merge trash truck. Yes, yes. Hmm. Judges don't hurry. That's for sure. Um, but it was. I'll never forget that time. I will never forget that, being down there. Uh, there was you could feel the, I don't want to say, I mean, it was evil, but you could feel the suppression of that house, like the energy coming out of that house. It was, very bizarre. There was just this dark energy radiating out of that house. I can't explain it. Um, a lot of people said the house looked like. Is it me? I mean, okay, I was just making sure. Um, it wasn't me. Banks are closed today. Why are banks closed today? What's today? Are the YouTubes going to be at the trial? There might be the Omen House, the Amityville. Yes, yes, it looked a lot like the Amityville. Um, hold on, let me see here. Let me find it here. It looked a lot like. There was this video of was it Dolly's video? Whenever they saw, was it like a ghost or something? Does anyone remember that? I was trying to see if anybody remembered that. Sorry, I'm looking for something. This judge is not. It was Dolly's video. It was like 1 second. I'm trying to find WTAF. See if they got it. WTAF. Not WTAF. 1 second. Good morning, Carrie. Hey, beautiful Justin. Glad you're covering this trial. Rest in peace, beautiful Quinton. Justice is coming. Yes. It's one of those that's really bad. We seen it on BHB, then Dolly pointed it out. I'm trying to remember what it was. Do I believe in what? Do I believe in God more than I believe in myself? If that's what you mean. But if do I believe in ghosts and stuff? Oh, here we go. We're getting ready to start. He ran past it. I'm trying to find that video.
Counselor at their tables. Ms. Simon is at the table with her attorney. So let's please bring in the jurors.
She's a pretty woman. She's a pretty judge. I like her. All rise for. I'll turn my camera on in just a few minutes. I just gotta get myself together.
All right, thank you. As you come to your seats, please feel free to have a seat. And let the record reflect that all the jurors have been seated. We'll now move into the preliminary instructions. Before I do that, There was a juror who didn't make it out for the first swearing, and I just wanted to ask you the question that I've asked everyone else. Have you done any research? Have you talked to anyone about the case? Have you watched any news media? Um, okay, so you've been able to follow the court's instructions to not discuss this case with anyone, nor do research. All right, thank you very much. All right. And your number? 7. Okay, and that is juror number 7. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I'm going to get back to the pens and notepads that you have for your use during the trial. You may make notes, but you're not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and to evaluating witness credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination to the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone until you begin deliberation with your fellow jurors. During deliberation, you should rely on your own recollection of the proceedings, but you may consult the notes of other jurors if you wish. Do not be influenced by the notes of others unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what evidence may have been presented. After the trial is over, the notes will be destroyed and they will be collected and destroyed. And at this time, please write your name on the front sheet of paper in the pad and make no further notes on the front sheet. That way, no other person can see your notes if your pad should be seen by another person. The law requires that you decide this case solely on evidence presented in this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, or any individuals involved in the case. In other words, you should not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, websites or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside of the confines of the courtroom, to include media of any sort or online research. The bailiffs have been instructed to collect your cell phones, tablets, and laptops during the proceedings. You may want to leave those in your vehicle. If they collect them, they'll be sure to give them back to you at the end of the day and on breaks as well. Until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. I hope that for all of you, this case is interesting and noteworthy. I know that many of you use tools or technology in your daily life, but you may not do so in connection with your service as a juror. You also must not talk to anyone about this case or use electronic tools to communicate with anyone about the case. This includes your family members and friends. You may not communicate with anyone about the case or your jury service via internet, text messaging, email, Twitter, Instagram, a Snapchat, and on and on and on. You cannot use any social networking websites to communicate anything about this case. I cannot stress strongly enough that communication via electronic devices is prohibited. So at this time, you may sit in any of the seats in the jury box during the trial. During the voir dire process, we ask that you sit in specific seats for identification purposes. However, there is no need to do so during the trial itself. If you need anything while in the jury room, You may knock at the door to notify the bailiff that you wish to communicate with the court. I would then give you instructions on how this should be done, depending on the stage of the trial and the nature of the request. So I'm going to give you an overview of the criminal law and trial procedure that will apply in this case to give you a framework. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there shall be a union or joint operation of act and intention. That is, a crime is committed when a person violates a statute of this state by acting as prohibited, while at the same time he has a criminal intention and no other defense excuses the conduct. A person will not be presumed to act with criminal intention. However, the jury may find such intention upon the consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and all other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is prosecuted. The state cannot bring a person accused of a felony to trial unless the grand jury has first indicted that person. Grand jurors do not try criminal cases. They ordinarily only hear from witnesses for the state. When a criminal case is tried, the defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. This plea of not guilty denies every essential allegation of the indictment and forms the issue or the question that you as a trial jury will decide. The indictment and the plea of not guilty to it are not evidence, and you should not consider them as evidence. Every person is presumed innocent until proved guilty. No person shall be convicted of a crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden to prove each essential element of each crime charged beyond reasonable doubt. In this state, a defendant on trial may or may not testify as she chooses. If she does testify, you would judge her credibility by the same test applied to any other witness. If the defendant does not testify, which is her absolute constitutional right, you shall not draw any inference of guilt from this decision. And her decision, her election not to testify, may not in any way affect your verdict. Moreover, the defendant has no duty to call any witnesses or present any evidence during a trial. If she calls no witnesses or presents no evidence, you may not derive any inference of guilt from such failure to produce evidence. In such case, you decide guilt on whether the state's evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Under our system, I have the duty as a trial judge to decide the law that applies to a case and to instruct you on it. You have the duty as a jury to decide the facts in a case from which the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. I'm going to say that again. I don't think that was too clear. You have the duty as the jury to decide the facts in a case from the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. In reaching your verdict, you also have the duty to apply the law to those facts. You decide the facts from the evidence. The evidence has two parts: testimony of witnesses and exhibits. A witness means anyone who testifies in person from the stand. The exhibits are those documents, objects, or photos that the court admits into evidence. You will have most of the exhibits with you in the jury room while you deliberate. However, there are some exhibits that cannot be sent to the jury room, so it will be important that you pay close attention to all of the exhibits admitted during the trial. I caution you that what the lawyers say during a trial is not evidence. Also, anything that I might do or say is not evidence. I have no leanings at all in these cases. My only interest is to have the cases tried fairly and according to the law and the constitutions of the state and of the United States. You are the exclusive judges of the witnesses' credibility. That is, you decide the truthfulness and reasonableness of their testimony. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. You have the duty to decide what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should lay aside any preconceived notions and not decide a witness's credibility until the witness has testified. Rules of law govern what the court admits into evidence. If an attorney objects to the admission of evidence, then I must rule on the objection and decide whether you can consider such evidence. You should understand that there are two ways that I can respond to an objection. If I say sustained, that means that I granted the objection and you should not consider the objected to evidence. If I say overruled, then that means I did not grant the objection and you may consider the objected to evidence. You should not infer or assume anything from either lawyer's objections or the court's rulings. During this trial, the court will have to consider some procedures outside your presence. When that occurs, I shall excuse you to the jury room for a time. During these periods, the court will do its best to handle the matter as promptly as the law permits. On the other hand, I will appreciate your patience when this occurs. Now, the procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides may make an opening statement to you. The opening statement is not evidence itself. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence. However, it is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to show. Following the opening statements, the state has the opportunity to present evidence to support the charges against the defendant. And the defendant has the opportunity, if she so elects, to present evidence in her defense. This part of a trial is called the party's case in chief. In the state's case in chief, the state calls its witnesses and introduces any exhibits. When these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the defendant. When the state has presented all of its evidence, the state will rest its case. Then, if the defendant elects to present any evidence, the defendant may call her witnesses and introduce her exhibits. Of course, when these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the state. However, the defendant has no duty to testify or present any evidence whatsoever. After the presentation of the evidence, the attorneys may make a closing argument to you. At this time, the attorneys will try to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge or instruct you more specifically on the law that directly applies to this case. Then you will retire to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. This is not an exhaustive description of the criminal procedure, but hopefully it will give you an overview that will help you to understand the trial as it proceeds. It is your duty to follow any instructions that the court may give you during a case. Please remember to listen carefully to all the evidence. Don't jump to conclusions before the parties present all the evidence. Also, please remember that during a trial, it would be improper for you to discuss the case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or within your hearing. This applies even to discussions among yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin. Also, during a trial, you should not communicate with the parties, the attorneys, or any of the witnesses. Under this rule, you should not engage even in social greetings or small talk with anyone involved in this case. I've had situations where a juror saw a party or attorney in the parking lot during a break and was offended that the party or attorney did not speak back to the juror. They're not being rude. Please understand that these attorneys and parties should not speak with you as the trial progresses and will likely avoid speaking with you to ensure that there is no appearance of impropriety. So please do not take offense to their failure to speak with you as we go forward for the trial in the coming days. This procedure will protect you not only from wrongdoing, but from the appearance of wrongdoing. And these restrictions also apply to the friends and family members of interested parties. During these trials, the court will not require that you be kept together except during breaks and during the meals. There have been special arrangements made for that. So you will learn more about that as we go. Today is the day, I believe, that you will go out to lunch, but you will go out together. When you return to the courthouse from any adjournment for meals or from the night, please go directly to the jury assembly room. Is that where the jurors set up? Jury assembly room? Okay. This will lessen the opportunity for an accidental meeting with a person that you may not know is involved in the case. There is coverage, media coverage of this case, and you should be careful not to consider it. Do not independently investigate any facts or visit any scenes depicted in the evidence. Do not independently research any law concerning this case. You are prohibited from, again, doing any research on the internet. Can you tell how important it is? I keep saying it. It's here for a reason. So I've said it several times now. It is important that you consider only the evidence that you hear and see within the courtroom. That concludes my preliminary instructions. So at this time, I will turn first to the state. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense is ready to proceed.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
We'll begin now with opening statements.
Thank you. This is Quinton side. At about a year and a half old, a little bit over that, 20 months. Like all children, he was blameless, he was innocent, and he was beautiful. And like all children, he was totally defenseless, totally and completely dependent on the adults in his life to take care of him and to look out for his safety. And the evidence in this case will show that the defendant violated that trust, that most basic, sacred trust of a parent, in the most horrible way. In the middle of the night, she killed him, her own son, got in her car with his body, drove to a dumpster, and threw him away like a piece of trash. She would go home, go to sleep like everything was normal, and wake up the next morning and report it to the police as an abduction. I woke up, my front door was open, and my child is missing. Now, the story started to fall apart pretty quickly because of good, solid police work. But she would go on to tell a series of evolving lies over several weeks, only moving from one lie to the next as the police picked apart the first lie and presented her with the evidence that made the first lie untenable. So now it's time to move on to lie number 2, and 3, and 4. And as they're doing this with her, they're also searching for his body, which they ultimately discover about 6 weeks after his disappearance in a local landfill, in pieces, unfortunately. And as a result of all of that police work and investigative efforts, which I think you'll be quite proud of when you hear about them in detail, the defendant is charged with his murder. So that's sort of the 50,000-foot view, the bluff, the bottom line up front for the military folks here. A little more detail on what happened, what the evidence will show. The 2 days that we're primarily concerned with here are October 4th and 5th of 2022, specifically the night of October 4th, moving into the morning of October 5th. Now, at that time, and I'll try to go slow for those of you who are taking notes. At that time, the defendant is living here on the west side of Savannah, jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, in this house that's roughly in the center, with an in-ground swimming pool in the back. It's on Buckhalter Road, 535 Buckhalter Road. She had most recently lived in North Carolina, where she had met and lived with her most recent boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, who you'll hear about. And some months before October of 2022, they had moved down and were living in this house at 535 Buckhalter. Now, the house belonged to the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, who you see here, and her husband, Thomas Howell, who is not the defendant's father, but is her stepfather. Also living in the house at that time is the defendant's brother, Paul Simon. They have the same mother and the same father. And Daniel Youngkin, her boyfriend from North Carolina, and the defendant's 3 children. October of 2022, she has 3 children by 3 different men. The oldest is Zane Wharton. I think you'll hear was roughly about 3 years old at the time. Zane has been through a lot with her. He's her firstborn son, and I expect you'll hear testimony that she considered him her ride or die. That's her guy. Sky Youngkin is an infant on the far right there. That is her youngest child by Daniel Youngkin. And in the middle was Quinton. Quinton was her child by a man named Henry Bubba Moss Jr. You'll hear that she'd had kind of a tumultuous relationship with Mr. Moss, that they had split before she even knew she was pregnant with Quinton, and that he initially didn't even believe that she was pregnant when she told him, and that he was never a part of Quinton's life at all. And I expect you'll hear some testimony about the way that background influenced the way that she treated Quinton. But you're supposed to love all your kids equally. You're supposed to treat them all the same. I expect you'll hear some testimony that didn't happen. That she treated Quinton differently, and not in a good way. Here's the house from the street. The master bedroom where defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, and her stepfather, Thomas Howell, lived is over here in the two-story portion of the house, but on the first floor. Brother Paul Simon's bedroom is upstairs, and you'll hear in one of the defendant's interviews, she'll say, you know, when you're up in that room, you can't really hear anything that's going on downstairs. It's kind of its own layer up there. Now, the defendant, Daniel, and the three children lived in a bedroom right through this front door. I think there was some sort of addition or something on the house at one point. This bedroom that they live in appears to be like a converted one-time living room or something like that. If you step through that front door, this is what you see. You see a couch in the foreground. You see a desk behind that. And then on the far wall there, you see a bed. That's the defendant and Daniel Youngkin's bed. If you pan to the right, you'll see a closet door here. And then it's hard to make out in this picture, but beyond this closet door is a door into a bathroom that then feeds into the dining room. And that is the only way to get from this room to the main body of the house. You see a race car bed there. That's where Zane slept. We further pan to the right. You can see that race car bed completely, and you see a projector on the wall, evidently for supposed for watching movies or something while you're sitting on the couch. And then if you pan into that right-hand corner, you see this pack and play. That's immediately to the right as you go in that front door. And that's where Quinton slept. That was Quinton's bed. Now, that sort of sets the scene as to who's living in this house and where they're sleeping. Before we come back to the morning of October 4th, I want to talk to you about what the evidence is going to show as far as what's the biggest thing going on in the defendant's life. And the biggest thing going on in her life in the months, days leading up to October 4th is the status of her relationship with Daniel Youngkin. Things are not good. She is feeling unloved, undesired, ignored. And I'll show you a couple of text messages taken from her phone by the investigators that show this. Now, this is kind of small on here. It's kind of bright, so I'll read it for you for those of you who can't see. Some of you may be able to read it, perhaps not all of you can. This is July of 2022. I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved and not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wonder how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice. And you'll see quite a number of messages like this. It's basically an unbroken string of text messages all the way up to the day that she kills Quinton. August 6th, yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is not good enough. Never was, never will be. September 10th, you're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself. Now, this is not a minor thing for her. I told you it's probably the biggest thing emotionally going on in her life. The way that she perceives herself to be being treated by Daniel, and perhaps to some degree actually was being treated by him. It's at least how she feels. This is such a big deal for her that with her phone, at one point she filmed something that can only be described as a digital suicide note. All right, she's in the car, and you'll hear her at the end say, I've got to go, I made it to the river. She's in her car, evidently contemplating driving her car into a river and ending her life. And she starts out saying goodbye to her children. She has some kind words to say about Zane. She has some kind, loving words to say about Sky. You might perceive that she momentarily kind of seems to be at a loss for what exactly to say about Quinton, our victim, the middle child. And then she goes on to explain that the message is clearly addressed to Danny. She goes on to attribute what she's about to do to the way that Danny has treated her. Now, this is a 4-minute some video. It's a little long for an opening statement, but we're going to watch the whole thing. And we're going to watch the whole thing because it's an important window into her state of mind at this stage in time. This video was filmed in August of 2022, but the evidence in terms of the text messages and her statements will show that nothing really changed between when this video was filmed and October 4th of 2022. So with that preview, I'll play this for you now.
To Sky, Zane, and Quinton. Mama tried. Your mama's not here no more because she doesn't love you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can't love myself, how can I love y'all? I have tried over and over and over and I failed. I screamed for help and I don't get it. Sky, you are such a beautiful little girl. I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't. Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane, you were so handsome, so sweet, so protective. You were going to be such a good man one day. Just a good man. I hope you grow up and you learn what loyalty is. And you learn how to treat a woman and how to love a woman. And Quinton, baby, you are a middle child. You're so happy all the time. You smile all the time. I wish I could see what kind of man you would be too. And Danny, I loved you. I loved you with all of me, all of my heart. I loved you. I wish that the ground you walked on, when we found each other, we were both in such fragile states. And I built you back up. I would do anything for you. But during this time that I was building you back up, you were doing things that would eventually tear me back down. And even now, after everything that I think has been brought to light, hopefully it was everything, right? Even now, you look at me with the same look in your eyes that you have when you talk about Caitlin. I don't hear the love in your voice anymore. I don't feel the love in your touch anymore. And I definitely don't see the love in your eyes anymore. If you truly loved me like you claimed you did, you wouldn't have done all that.
by Danny. So that's where she was at. This is her emotional state in the summer, fall of 2022. That brings us back to October 4th. And here I'll give you sort of an overview of what the evidence is going to show us to the sequence of events of that day. Now, the first thing to establish is that on the relevant dates here, Billy Joe Howell, the defendant's mother, and Thomas Howell, her stepdad, are out of town. They're not in town. They're not in the house. They are sort of out of play. I expect that will be undisputed. So that leaves in the house Paul, the defendant, Danny, and the three children, Zane, Quinton, and Scott. In the morning of October 4th, quite early in the morning, in fact, the defendant and Danny take the three children to babysitter Michelle McCardle and her two teenage daughters that live on the same street. They live like right across the street on Buckhalter. And it says babysitter up here, and I've called her the babysitter, but really you'll hear from Michelle, one of her daughters. And it comes across more like they were almost like a second family or a substitute family for these kids because of the parental shortcomings at 535 Buckhalter. So the evidence might show that babysitter kind of undersells it a little bit. And the child care arrangement was this. At this point in time, Danny and the defendant are working at a warehouse in Port Wentworth, unloading, loading boxes. They're carrying boxes at a warehouse in Port Wentworth. And their shift starts at 6 a.m. They're working the 6 a.m. shift. So early in the morning, on the way to work, they'll drop off the three children with Michelle, with her two teenage daughters. And so they do that. And they both go to work. They clock in at essentially the exact same time, a little after 6 a.m. on October 4th. Now they clock out less than 2 hours later. And the reason they do that is the defendant is experiencing some kind of dental issue. She has a tooth that's bothering her, and it needs to come out. And so they clock out right around 8 o'clock, just before 8 o'clock in the morning, and they go to some type of like emergency dental clinic or walk-in dental clinic. And she gets a tooth pulled. These are some pictures, selfies she took of herself in the dentist chair. And you can see the side of her mouth on the left side there, I think, is kind of swollen. She sent these to Daniel, Young, and Danny, who was sitting out in the waiting room waiting for her. And so after this, they do not go back to work. They go home. And the rest of the waking hours of the day are pretty normal. They get some lunch. They relax. Her mouth is bothering her. She's tired. She's sore. And eventually, at about 4:30 in the afternoon, they go and they pick up the three kids from the babysitter from Michelle, and they bring them home. So at that point, Danny, the defendant, and the three kids are in the house. Now, Paul, he worked at the same warehouse, but he worked a later shift, and you'll hear what it is. It's something like 2 p.m. to late at night, around 10 or so. That was Paul's shift. So same place, different shift. So he's not there in the afternoon. Now they're there. They do dinner. They do bath time. They put the kids down. Quinton in his pack and play. I think you'll hear testimony or a statement from the defendant that Sky, the infant, slept on that couch that we looked at, and Zane in Marie's car bed. And I think it'll be undisputed, and I expect that it'll be undisputed that at around 10 p.m., Quinton is fine. He's just in his crib, in his pack and play for that time. Okay. And what happens at this point sets off a chain of events that goes over the next couple hours and results in tragedy. And that is that the defendant and Daniel have yet another argument about how he's treating her. This is sometime a little after 10 p.m. And that this is something she told to detectives eventually in some of her interviews. About how he doesn't want her, he doesn't want to touch her, he's not feeling desire for her like he used to. You know, we've already talked about this is a major trigger for her. This is the biggest emotional issue going on in her life, and it's significant. It drove her to the brink in the video that you've watched. This is not a minor thing for her. And so she leaves the house after 10 p.m. on the first of two trips that you'll hear a lot about in this trial, and that she didn't really want to talk about, at least truthfully, with investigators. And that first trip is to the drug dealer. She says that she left so that things wouldn't escalate between her and Danny. She was upset. That's her word. So it wouldn't escalate. The first place she goes is this Circle K. And I should have pointed out that you can see her getting out of the car. That's at 10:29 p.m. So about 10:30. I'll back up and you can see her getting out of her Dodge Journey with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's not in a good state. Anyway, 10:30, she goes into the Circle K. She buys a couple of convenience store items. And then she texts Danny. He's got her saved in his phone as Lanny Baby. She texts him, I'm going to run to 204, I guess. That's at 10:32. Immediately after she leaves the Circle K. She might still be in the parking lot for all I know. And 204 is an area you'll hear about in this case. It's sort of it's shorthand for our drug dealer. I'm going to run to our drug dealer. This is Highway 204 is what this is in reference to. And their drug dealer lives on a street right off 204. So she's going to get drugs to try to make herself feel better. This is a screenshot of some GPS plots from her phone that the police eventually made after getting into her phone. You can see Highway 204 here. And this red kind of blob up here is a series of GPS points showing that she's at the drug dealer's house on Arkwright Lane from about 10:45 p.m. to 10:55. And she's scoring drugs to use that night because she doesn't like the way she's feeling. This is some information exported from her cell phone extraction showing that while she was there, at 10:49, she made an $80 Cash App payment to a Timothy Weston, who is her drug dealer, or at least one of them. While she's gone, Paul gets home. He had clocked out at 9:56 p.m. And I think he will say that he took him a minute to get home because he was smoking a blunt in the parking lot or something like that. You're going to hear a lot about drug use in this case. And he gets home while the defendant is still out on this trip to the drug dealer. And he'll tell you that when he got home, he went in and said, hey to Danny. And he saw the kids, he saw Quinton in his crib, in his pack and play. Quinton was fine. He even interacted with him a little bit. He'll tell you what it was. Hey, little man, how's it going? And he sees that Quinton is, hey, okay, he's fine. May not be completely asleep yet, but he's there and he's okay. Now, by 10 after 11, this is another GPS screenshot. It's hard to make out on this TV. But this is, by 10 after 11, she's got a bunch of GPS points hitting at the house on Buckhalter Road. And this is just to signify that this is around when she gets home. 10 after 11. And so she's home at that point. Paul is upstairs in his bedroom, going to sleep, kind of secluded from the rest of the family. And Danny eventually goes to sleep as well. And you'll hear her say this to the investigators, that she was the only one up and active in the middle of the night, in the hours leading up towards 1 a.m. Danny is sleeping because he's going to get up and go to work in the morning. He has to get up at like sometime between 5 and 5:30 to go to work. And Paul is sleeping as well because he just got off work. He's tired. And you'll hear her say that I was the only one up and about. My tooth was hurting. I couldn't sleep. What she's doing is she's going on a bender. You'll hear her admit to this eventually with the police. She didn't want to talk about it initially, but you'll hear that she eventually acknowledged that she was up kind of frantically using drugs for an extended period of time while everybody else in the house is asleep and out of play. You'll hear her talk about it. I would hit a line. I would go outside. I would smoke a blunt to kind of bring myself down. Maybe smoke a cigarette. Then I'd hit another line and repeat the cycle. So she's in her house by herself, physically uncomfortable because of her dental issue, emotionally wrecked because of what's going on with her and Danny. That's resurfaced again this night. Although resurface is probably not the way to put it because it's just an ever-present problem for her. And this is a bad situation. Right? This is a volatile, dangerous situation. And that's because you'll hear something that she later said during the investigation on a recorded call, on a recorded phone call to Daniel, who was cooperating with the police and trying to help them gain information about the effect that cocaine has on her. It's not just fun for her. You'll hear her say that it makes her angry and impulsive.
I will not touch. I'll not touch the others. And I become angry and impulsive when I'm like.
And so those are the conditions. She's up all alone, physically uncomfortable, emotionally unhappy, unstable to some degree. And around 1 a.m. probably, she kills Quinton. Now I'm going to focus on the what she did and when things happened. And probably in closing argument when all the evidence is in, we'll talk to you a little bit more about the why. The why exactly in that moment did she do this? But for now, I want you to just understand the sequence of events and what happened with it. She takes his body and puts it in Dodge Journey, Georgia tag TEN 9300. And she begins the cover-up. The cover-up is not just the lies to the police. The cover-up starts immediately. A little after 1 a.m., she drives down Buckhalter Road, which turns to the right here, but it's still Buckhalter Road at that turn. And comes into Ogeechee Road right here. And she pulls into this mobile home plaza. It's right here. Mostly what you're seeing is trees, but there are mobile homes in here. This is Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And there's a convenient stand-up dumpster sort of hidden away under some tree cover in the tree line there. And she throws Quinton's body away like a piece of trash at about 1:17 in the morning. She drives home. This is another export from her phone, showing that her phone was locked from 2:01 in the morning until 9:13 in the morning. And this is just kind of a shorthand way of saying that's roughly about the time she eventually goes to sleep. And her phone is inactive. Now Danny wakes up for work a little after 5, and he tries to wake her up to go to work. She's supposed to go to work with him. Remember, they work the same shift. She has been up all night doing drugs, and he's been, responsibly sleeping, so he's able to get up for work. And he cannot wake her up. She will not wake up. And at this point, he's trying to get out of the house to go to work. And he believes that all 3 children are there. He does not go over and check the packet plate. He doesn't even know that Quinton is gone. You saw in those pictures the packet plate is all the way across the room in the far corner. It's not right next to the closet. It's not right next to the bathroom. He can't wake her up to go to work, and he's annoyed by this because this is, I think he may tell you it's not the first time this has happened. And they are kind of tight on money. They are trying to make money to either put a down payment on a house or a security deposit on an apartment so they don't have to live with their mom anymore. And he'll tell you that he was frustrated by this. You're not going to get up and come to work and make money. And his decision at this time is to say, well, okay, you're not going to come to work and make money. We're not going to spend money on a babysitter today. Because they pay her every day, Michelle. And so he texts Michelle, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle, at 5:20 in the morning. She says, okay. And the reason for that is his thought is, look, if you're not going to get up and make money, you can stay here and watch the kids. Wake up and find these kids are still here. You can deal with them. They're yours. So he goes to work, and he clocks in at 6:11, 6 a.m., 6:11 a.m. And he will clock out at 9:15, a little over 3 hours later. And the reason that he clocks out at 9:15 is that at 9:14, 1 minute before the clock out, he gets a call from the defendant who's got him saved in her phone as King. And he's got the 910 area code that's North Carolina, where he's from. Now, this is a 21-minute call. She calls him, and the cover-up, initially I said, the cover-up starts with covering this up to him. Before the police ever, she covered it up to the police, but before they ever even get involved, she's covering it up to Danny. She calls him and she tells him that she woke up, the front door was open, and Quinton was gone. And he would run out to his car, leave work, and come home, and stay on the line with her for 21 minutes. Police went to the warehouse that they work at, and they got some video footage to see, well, what did Danny look like when he was leaving the house, leaving work, having gotten this call? And this video shows him running out. That's Danny running out of work. You'll hear from his boss, a fellow named David Mullins, that David ran into Danny in the parking lot. Danny's running out. Dave is just pulling in and getting to work. And they briefly encounter one another. And Dave will tell you, he looked genuinely upset. He was for real crying, tears coming down his face. Danny does not know what is going on. He knows what he's hearing from the defendant, and that's it. So he rushes home. I'll tell you this. I told you the call to Danny was at 9:14. As he's on the way home, on this call with the defendant where she's telling him she woke up and the front door was open, these are ADT records. There's an ADT security system on this house, and it keeps track of when each door was open and closed, or just opened, or just closed, having been open. Police got these records, and you'll see that front door didn't open until 9:22 in the morning on October 5th. Now that's 6 or 8 minutes in to that call with Danny. And so the evidence is going to show that she's on the phone with him saying, I woke up and the front door was open and Quinton was gone. And it's during that phone call that she's opening the front door. So you'll hear that she's essentially tampering with evidence, tampering with the scene, staging the scene to fit with her story before the police ever become involved. Danny gets home. Somehow babysitter Michelle got wind that this was going on. Maybe she heard screaming or something. She'll tell you how she heard about this when she testifies. She comes over. Paul hears yelling, comes downstairs, and now everybody's there and they're looking for Quinton. And the defendant, of course, is the only person who knows where he actually is, and that's in a dumpster at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And they call 911, and here's what the defendant says.
Get my son, get my little here outside. I woke up and the front door is open and his place is empty, please.
Police show up a little before 10 a.m. and she repeats the same story to them. The evidence will show that that car that's like the furthest one, the most recent one that entered the driveway, is the babysitter's, Michelle's. She had pulled up and parked her white Pathfinder there. But in any case, the defendant repeats that story to the responding officers, and you'll hear from some of them.
I woke up about 10 o'clock because I was sick, so within a 3-hour period, somehow the front door is open and my son is not in his blanket.
Now, this is a missing child. So situations like this, it's all hands on deck. Everybody comes out. Forensics comes out. The forensics unit came out, had a drone up looking for Quinton. Patrol officers are being pulled from other beats, other areas of patrol to canvass the area and look for Quinton in the woods. All sorts of people are coming. Most of the command staff for the Chatham County Police Department showed up because this is a big deal and they take these things very seriously. One of the specialized units that responded after patrol officers had gotten there was the detectives for the Chatham County Police Department, CID, the Criminal Investigations Division. And the first detective there for CID is a guy you'll hear from, Sean Wilkins. Sean Wilkins shows up, and he's the one who conducts the first, what you call more like the first formal interview with the defendant. And most notable from that statement that he takes from her at this time is when she says she went to bed and when she says she got up. You'll hear that she tells him, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9. She doesn't say anything at all about this trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza a little after 1 a.m. She doesn't want to talk about that because that's the trip that she took to get rid of Quinton's body. So here's her telling Wilkins, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9 a.m.
When's the last time you saw your son?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do you remember?
Around 12.
12? Okay.
12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had it on too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check my kids, and he was gone. All the rest were there. He was gone.
It's all right. It's all right.
Went to bed at midnight, woke up around 9. No mention of the Azalea trip. I told you there were 2 trips, 2:04 earlier in the night, 10:11. Trip number 2 is that Azalea trip, a little after 1 a.m. And she is totally omitting that. Now, all hands on deck, right? Missing child. There are detectives working on this case that aren't even out at the scene from the very beginning. One of them is a Chatham County Police detective you'll hear from named Kiana Robbins. Kiana Robbins is at the Islands precinct, I think is where she was on Johnny Mercer, like not anywhere close to here. But she's in her office, she's sitting at her computer and she's researching. She's seeing if she can find some helpful information. This is a stock photo of what's called a flock camera. The flock system is a series of cameras that are set up around town at major intersections or along busy roads. And what they do is they snap a picture of the license plates of all the cars that drive by. And police can use these for a number of different things. One of the things they can use them for is, say you have somebody who flees from a traffic stop and actually gets away, and the police can't pursue them without undue danger. They can take that tag number of that individual, they can put it in the flock system and put like a lookout out for them. If that tag hits on any other cameras, it'll alert the police and they can try again and make the traffic stop. Another thing that the police can do, and what Detective Robbins did, was look up vehicles registered to the defendant. She finds that Dodge Journey that the defendant drove to dispose of Quinton's body. And she puts it into the flock system, looks it up in the database to see what, if any, flock cameras that vehicle has hit on anytime recently. And she sees that that car has been out late at night, driving around on trips that the defendant hasn't mentioned yet. She radios that information or maybe calls via phone. This is the tag she looks up. That's the Dodge Journey in the driveway at the time of the police response. She calls Lieutenant Foster, who you'll hear from. This is after the defendant has told Wilkins that she went to bed at midnight and woke up at 9. Hasn't mentioned anything about the Orangeville trip or the Azalea trip. Foster goes up to her. He now has this information that this tag has been hidden on some flock cameras and seems to have been driving around during the night. And he goes up to her, and he's a lieutenant at this point, which is like kind of a managerial type position. He's, by this time, is the senior man on scene, I believe. But he has background in investigations. He was with the Savannah Police Department, I think, at one point, in their violent crimes unit, investigating homicide. So he knows his way around an investigation. He knows how to do these sort of things. He goes up to her armed with this information about the flock hits at night. He wants to know what these trips were about. So he goes up to her and he asks her, "Hey, did you go anywhere last night?" And he's a savvy guy, so he's careful to tack on, like where the kidnapper could have followed you home. And she seems to know, the evidence will show that she seems to know that he knows something about this trip to Azalea that she took and has not mentioned to this point. And so she comes up with a story. It's not totally clear when she came up with it. But the story is that, that trip that I took away from my house shortly after 1 a.m., that was to go pick up Oragel from a friend at the Chevron. Now the Chevron is right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. They're kind of right next to each other. And so that's her story as to what she was doing, driving to that location at that time. My tooth was bothering me. I didn't have any Oragel. I went to pick some up and got some from a friend. This is the first appearance of the Oragel story, which lasts for about a week or so, maybe a week and a half.
Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, just maybe you yourself.
Yeah, I know. I took a temple yesterday, so I went to the Orangeville.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning. I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road right here, got Chevron. And my friend I used to work with, he had Orangeville there. I said, okay, I'm home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Did you make anything at home? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly.
All right, so that's the story about what I was doing when I drove there. Now, I'll tell you this, she's trying to show him on her phone this trip on an app called Life 360. Life 360 kind of generally tracks your movements. You can join with your family and they can see where you are and have been and vice versa. You may be wondering, well, look, if this trip was so sinister in nature, why is she trying to show it to him on her phone? And you'll hear testimony that the reason that she was comfortable holding out her phone as corroboration for this trip to the Chevron is that, again, the Chevron and Azalea Mobile Home Plaza are right next to each other. And looking at the screen, you can't necessarily tell which one she's at. You can only tell that she's in the general area. So she believes that this kind of helps prove that I'm telling the truth about being at the Chevron. Now, the police would later pull very precise GPS data from the phone, like not just looking at the screen, but from the actual phone, that puts her not at the Chevron, but right at the dumpsters at Azalea, which are, I don't know, maybe 100 yards, 75 yards from the Chevron. But that's why she's holding the Life 360 out and saying, look, this helps me. So that's the first appearance of the Origel story, to explain the Azalea trip. They take, the police take all three of the adults in the house. Eventually they say, we really need you to get Danny, Cole, and the defendant to the police station, sit them down for formal interviews, and just get like a complete sequence of the day from all three of these people. In the first interview with the defendant takes place in something that they call the lactation room or the nursing room. I think you sometimes also hear these things referred to as mothering rooms. And the reason for that is that Danny was in the single interview room that they have with the cameras wired up in the corners and all that. And this video is recorded on Detective Marion Lemon's phone. Now, by this time, this is a joint federal and local investigation. The FBI has shown up because they get involved in kidnappings, abduction cases. And what happens at headquarters is that they pair off teamwork. One FBI agent, one detective, and they each in a pair interview each of these people. And so Detective Lemons is paired up with Special Agent Brad Snyder, whom you'll hear from. And they were kind of partners throughout this investigation. And it's very open-ended at the beginning. What they're asking for is just give us an account of your day. Give us an account of the last 24 hours. Where have you been? What have you done? And so you'll hear Snyder asking him this. The video is really nothing special. I think it's just ceiling tiles the entire time because the phone is sitting on a table. But the audio is good. You can hear her. And she starts with, we left the dentist and came home. So she does start at the beginning.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything. I mean, we can't imagine the emotions that you're feeling right now. But it's difficult. Just, just kind of think the last 24 hours. Just kind of give me, what she's been through the past 24 hours. So we're talking 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday. Tell me your
So that's the start. I was leaving the dentist, getting my wisdom tooth pulled. And the end is the Origel story, the Chevron Origel story that she has as her last trip of the night. And she omitted that to Wilkins, is now had to come up with a story to cover this trip.
Look, that was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. I called Circle K to see if they had Origel. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. He has a lot of mouth problems, and that's sure she had any Origel. Met her up there at the Chevron.
Arrogant.
I told you also 12 minutes. I did it for my Life 360. I can show y'all right now. Everything was on the little bills I get back. Get home, turn my mouth, check all the kids again, they're okay.
Now, a couple things about this initial interview. in which she's asked to give an account of her movements for like the last 24 hours. No mention whatsoever of the trip to the drug dealer. She doesn't want to talk about what she was doing that night in the state that
I haven't seen Billy Joe yet.
So that's omitted completely from this interview. And now she's put a name to the friend who gave her the origin.
They need. I don't know why they don't do cameras.
Misty.
It's ridiculous.
Awesome.
Delphi.
Now, I'll tell you before we move on from that, I'll tell you this. The police asked her to go through her phone, and of course she's playing, the victim. I'm the victim, the mother victim of a child abduction. So she probably feels some pressure to cooperate. And so she lets them go through her phone.
Prosecutor's
answer.
answer.
There's no call to Misty. And there's no call to Circle K to check and see if they have Oragel, which is something she said. First, I called Circle K to check and see whether they had Oragel. They didn't, so then I called Misty. None of that in there at all. They also see a message from the defendant to Danny. We looked at this earlier. This is when she's leaving the Circle K and is about to go to the drug dealer at 10:30. Going to run to 204, I guess. This is something that she had left out in this initial interview with Snyder and Lemons. So they interview her again, and this time it's in the interview room. And they want to ask her, what's the deal with this 204 thing? Here's what she tells them. Oh, yeah, that was a trip to the drug dealer, but it wasn't actually to buy drugs. She tells them that the reason that she left the house at 10:30 at night and went to her drug dealer and was there for 10 minutes was simply to pay off a pre-existing drug debt in the amount of $20. Now, the evidence will show that that story is just absurd on its face. But in addition to that, the cash out was for $80, not $20. And she'll later admit that this story wasn't true. But here she is launching it.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted them that you were turning on 204 to go meet them?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just gave him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. It was a couple days ago.
She's paying off a $20 debt, not actually buying drugs. Because after all, she tells them, other than marijuana, I don't use drugs.
See, you didn't get a person for red.
I just gave him $20. And even if I didn't want to get a person, I gave him $35. Last time I asked him. I want to see people say personally. I don't even look like that. Like, anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me is on me. That was me. I'll be honest about that. Everything else, I'm always there. I'm not sure. I see my whiskey covered. So I see anything that's not homegrown or bought at the convenience store, I don't want. When I'm homegrown, I don't need to cook those stuff when I got hurt. Homegrown is wrong. Not creative.
Very strong, detailed denial of the use of any drugs other than marijuana. And the reason they're asking her whether she got a Percocet from the drug dealer that night is that they had seen some messages about buying Percocets as well when they went through her phone. And they asked her about that. What about these text messages with you? Look like you're buying Percocet, using Percocet. And her story at this time is, oh, those are for a friend. I'm just the middleman for my friend Cheyenne, who likes Percocets but doesn't, I guess, know a dealer herself.
Things, that you just have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to, what went on. That we gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there unless you purchase and post it. As recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. Just remind all of us that data, or help me understand that.
That is dated. So,
What's your
sometimes when you ask me if I've done, I haven't done it recently. I get a friend named Cheyenne. call me, and then I'm driving. She will call me from time to time. If I see a call off, she will help me along the road, asking for her register or whatever if I can get it. And I'm waiting for it. I drop it off. Whatever department dropped off, they should have let it up. So, but we haven't been messing with her since.
She does not want to talk about her drug use that night because that contributed directly to the state of mind that she was in and relates so closely to her killing Quinton in the middle of the night. So she feels that she has to tell these lines. And she wants to focus on 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. because after all, this is an abduction. It's not as though I did anything in the middle of the night. My child was taken after Danny left for work. That's her story. That's what she's trying to sell. And again, she forcefully denies this.
No, I did not. I did not take a Percocet right now. I will piss and cup for you right now.
Now, police follow up. Okay, October 5th, they get statements from the defendant, where she's making all these claims that we've talked about. You get a statement from Paul, they get a statement from Danny. And what you do, and this goes late into the night, eventually it's kind of time to stop on October 5th and wake up in the morning and follow up on some of this stuff. So she has said that she was at the Chevron getting Orajel from Misty, her former coworker. And so they go out and there are two real notable things that happened between the October 5th statements on day one and the next interview. And one is that they do what they call a video canvas. They go out to this Chevron area where she has said that this Orajel exchange happened. And they look around and they see if they see any cameras. They go in and they ask if there's footage. And they get footage from the Chevron. And it does not show her stopping there. In fact, it shows her driving by. And they get footage from Azalea next door. And this is a major break in the case because what the Azalea footage shows is her pulling in, doing a loop around the complex, and pulling up to the dumpsters and sitting there for about 2 minutes. And that's when she throws Quinton's body away. So you're going to hear in detail about the footage from Azalea, the different cameras and camera angles and what you could see on which one. But this is just a sample of that. And this is her driving in the Dodge Journey after 1 a.m. on a mission to throw away her dead child.
Oh my God! I knew that
So
they
that's
had.
one notable item of follow-up that leads into the next interview. The other
I
is
knew
they're
that they
gonna
had
talk
video.
to Melissa Missy Bray. The defendant's calling her Misty on the first night. She doesn't even get her name right. But she describes her as a former coworker from Bojangles. So Special Agent Snyder goes out to Bojangles, asks whether they could direct him to this person. They do. He goes out and he interviews her, and he asks her when the last time that she saw the defendant was, and she tells him, "I haven't seen her for months. The last time that I saw her was when she ran it. It was like in July of 2022, months before what we're talking about." The defendant had run out of gas near Missy's house, had walked to Missy's house, and had borrowed a gas can. And their last contact was Missy texting her a few times, saying, "Hey, can I get that gas can back?" And that was it. And that was months before. And Special Agent Snyder looked at these messages and they corroborate what Missy is telling him. So, Chevron story, the met Missy at Chevron story is now just completely torpedoed. And so they bring her in for another interview on October 8th. And this one is with an FBI agent named Bridget Brock. And it's conducted at the FBI office in Savannah. And they confront her with these two findings. one, the security footage from Azalea and from Chevron, and two, what Missy has told them. And she just sticks to the origin story and just insists that it is true. And this is what that sounded like. She just hasn't had time yet to figure out how she's going to play this with this new information that they're presenting her with.
We'll talk about that, okay? Because Missy hadn't talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She hasn't talked to you in quite some time.
Yeah, she
Yes,
has.
she did not have a conversation with you about the origin.
Yes.
So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps and plausibly you came up with a story that's partly true.
No, that is
But
true.
there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were
I
there.
was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told her I even gave her the order that she gave me.
Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this.
Yeah, I got the order that did happen. She had that moment inside of her mouth. That's the reason why I got stuck for it.
You have to stop saying this. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
So that's the story on October 8th. Sticking to her guns. Now, October 12th, she comes in for another interview. And this is with Brad Snyder, who I've talked about already, who you've heard a little bit from and seen a little bit of, and an FBI agent named Savannah Solomon that he works with closely. And this is at the FBI office. And this is a long interview. I've pared it down a little bit so we don't have to spend 3 hours watching it during the trial, but it's still fairly long. And initially, at least, she's sticking to the origin story. That's Savannah Solomon on the left, Snyder on the right, and the defendant in the middle.
And I did. Yeah, I did. Please.
I did meet Misty, 100%. It happened. I'm telling you. And she tells this kind of flowery story describing this meeting. She lavishes them with details about how this went down.
So you went to Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside.
Yeah, that's not
How long did y'all interact there with Missy? How long were you talking?
2-3 minutes. It was quite a bit of conversation. Every almost an hour doing this one. She does some crack and stuff. She did how much she was outside.
Now she has Misty was smoking crack when she gave the defendant the Horgel. And what is going on here is when the defendant is lying and telling a story to cover something up that she did.
Objection, Your Honor, at this point in time, those opening statements, Mr. Dean has the right to say what he expects the evidence to show, not his interpretation of it. So,
Sustained. Dean, I'm gonna ask you to move forward.
The evidence will show that she added this detail to suggest a faulty memory on Misty's part, to suggest that, maybe this will help explain why Misty is telling them she hadn't seen me. And it is nothing to her to just accuse Missy of having smoked crack during this meeting that didn't happen. But in any case, a few minutes later, she finally admits that she didn't see Missy.
She doesn't understand. She doesn't have to be 100% truthful. 100%. That's the only way that we're going to fix the document. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
Because
It's a lot of long road, not
so, did you do any work last night?
I did go to bed
What
last
did
night.
you do?
But I found it, and the cards were the ones that I lost. And I found them when I got back to the house.
So after insisting on the 5th that she met Misty at the Chevron for Orangeville, and after insisting on the 8th that was the truth, and after insisting even at the outset of this interview that it was true, she finally admits that it wasn't true. And massages the inconsistency by saying, you know, I didn't speak to her, but I did go there with the intent of seeing her. And she adds a detail that hasn't been included in any of her stories to date. Oh, and by the way, yeah, you've asked me if I threw any trash away there. Yeah, I did throw some trash away. She has a story for what that trash was. The evidence will show she did not want to admit that it was Quinton's body. So she describes this trash that she threw away as stinky shrimp pasta that had been sitting in the car in a trash bag and smelling up the car.
Again, it's just another kind of trash day. I've been in the trash and standing for the state trash a few days ago when there's spilled food all in the car. So I want to go around and see my gas talking to the trash. There's ports, like shrimp pasta. Yeah. The whole car's like shrimp. Yeah, that was right at there. So, what is that smell? I felt like before I even went to go to a floor. You know? I go up there and I'm like, get out of the car.
And they ask her about this. Gosh, you know, this is the most critical fact in the case. Throwing Quinton's body in the dumpster at Azalea, what she was doing at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at 1:17 in the morning or so. And her explanation for that is, you know, it's just such a minor thing, throwing away some trash. I didn't think to mention it in my hours of previous interviews.
I don't stop, let's not stop it. I don't think anything of, to be honest. It's just all food, up for the car. See an opportunity to do it out.
She does not want to talk about what was in that trash bag. They also revisit the drug use, and you'll remember that the strong denials on October 5th, which are repeated on October 8th. On this October 12th interview, she admits finally that, you know, I did take a Percocet that night.
And you had a Percocet in conjunction with smoking.
Yes, that's what it's like at home. When I started to do my cigarette.
And about what time would you have done that?
By the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever.
And so Snyder asked her about her changing story.
It sure was.
You know, you've been adamant
Always late, yeah.
that you met Misty for Oragel. And now you're finally admitting to us, oh, you know, I actually didn't speak to her. You've initially, over the course of 2 interviews, maybe more, didn't mention throwing trash away. And now you've got a very detailed account about doing that and what it was. And you, on the 5th, were adamant that you hadn't used any drugs other than marijuana. And now you're telling us that you did take a Percocet too. What's going on? Why is the story changing?
More than a Percocet.
And her explanation for that is, oh, well, my faulty memory might have something to do with all the cocaine I was doing that night. Which is a drug that had totally been absent from all of her prior accounts. And fits much more with the $80 Cash App than the story about paying off the drug front. And so she is explaining her inconsistent stories by adding another inconsistency, which is an admission to cocaine use.
Sure, has requested a short break. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's take a 10-minute break and resume with the opening statement. Mr. Dean, again, I'm going to ask you not to talk about the case, don't do any research about the case, avoid conversations about the case. The time now is about 11 29. Let's aim to be back here at 11:40. Okay, we're in recess.
Who's exiting?
So they're going to be in a recess for about 10 minutes. I'm not sure how people respond to cola, but I know perks don't make any of it. Well, Spirit, I don't know if you was here just a little bit ago. She was on Coca-Cola, and this apparently made her angry. I think there was a lot of people in that home that used Coca-Cola at the time, based upon some of the interviews that we seen. You know, the uppers will do that. I said the same thing, Mex Chica. I think she's gorgeous, that judge. She mixed a lot, and also, hello, girl mom too. Good to see you. Drug-induced psychosis is not a defense. No, there's, I mean, regardless of, taking a life is taking a life. In my opinion, she had a bad trip. Yeah, it was, I think she knew she was going to prison. And while they were looking for Quinton in that dumpster, there was a lot of parties in that backyard. Lots of music being played. You could hear them laughing and carrying on. They played Disney on Ice. She chose to take the rugs. Yeah. You don't have trips on Coca-Cola? I don't know. I've never taken it, so I don't know. Honest to God, I've never, ever, ever, ever taken anything like Coca-Cola or anything. So, Patty Ponytail, I was looking for it actually a second ago, but when did you send it? Which one did you send it to? I didn't see anything. Good morning or good afternoon or good night, Maurice, wherever you are. You're in Australia, so it's probably late where you're at. My understanding, Coca-Cola is not a hallucinogen. It's, yes. I have taken Coke back in the day, and it never. I thought it was. I think it's supposed to make you. It's an upper, right? I know that, and I've taken pain meds and smoked tree. That's all. Right. Um. People always called me the good girl because I never drank either. Uh, I have drank very little in my life. Very, very little in my life. Usually maybe holidays, if that. But I probably, the last time I had a drink was it was probably, I'll tell you actually, the last time I had a drink was in 2022 in Savannah, Georgia. That's the last time I had a drink. And I didn't even I don't even think I finished it. It was at the restaurant. I have a dentist appointment and I want. Oh, Estelle, honey, if you need to go to dentist, go to the dentist, darling. Yeah. You don't drink either. I don't know. My biological mother and father drank enough for the world, so it's just never been appealing to me. Oh, thank you, Barbara. I only drink on my birthday. Yeah. Yeah, nobody really likes the dentist. You don't drink because of your parents. Yeah. Yeah. It's just never been appealing to me. It is. It is. You see, a lot of those bar people, how they look. They have that hardened red look to them. You know what I'm talking about? And to be honest with you, in my opinion, Katie has that look of uh maybe drinking a little too much. Don't drink or any. That's good. That's right, Trishy. What commonly cause stimulants-induced psychosis and that and much. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you can have a trip. Absolutely. I mean, uh and just because one drug does something to one person, it's common to do with most people, doesn't mean it's going to have that effect on you, right? um as well. Since when is a rage uh quite enough for them to sleep through? Yeah, leathering. That's a good word, Carla. Um, yeah, she beat her child to death. I guess she cleaned up whatever she cleaned up, took him to the dumpster, threw him in it, went home and went to bed. Uh, Sassy Hound, I have smoked it twice in my life, and it is not for me. It is not for me. One time was I was helping my friend out at an exotic animal show, and we was in a hotel room with a bunch of like parrots and all of that stuff, and that was the first time I ever smoked it, and I felt like I was in a dream, and people were rocking me at the at that time. And then I tried it one other time, I think, and it gives me like panic attacks. Same. Yes, it gives me like panic attacks. I can't deal with that stuff. I want to be in control of my body. Can you imagine being in a hotel room the first time you smoked it and you have a parrots over you? Rock, rock. Oh my God. I tell you. I wonder if Quinton will. I think I think he was probably woke up and he was fussy. He's 20 months old. Roller girl, let me tell you something. If I ever write a book, if I ever write a book. Thank you, chemistry, my dear. Really appreciate. What's wrong with my computer here? Thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate you. Is that what she is using as her defense? It's made her aware of her. I don't think so. Um, I mean, I think that might be part of the defense chemistry, but I think this is it's going to be one of those things. She felt unloved, relationship problems, um, drugs, because she, felt this way and all of that. I think that's. Thank you, Rhonda. So I think that might be part of it, but they haven't opened yet, so we'll just kind of have to see. Um, I know a lot of people thinks that uh, I think it's Danny, her boyfriend at the time, knew. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I don't think that he did. At the end of the day, I don't think he did. I think he, men, especially their age, and it wasn't biologically his child. Anyways, I don't think, you go check the pack and play and the cribs and all of that. A lot of times, these young men, they just get themselves up and they go to work. Uh, I agree, Spirit Seeker. From the info I know of, I don't believe Danny knew. But, from what I understand, and I could be wrong on this, but Spirit Seeker, maybe you can speak to this a little, no pressure. But from what I've heard and to the best of my knowledge, I think that Billy Joe kind of blames a little bit, or thought he was involved, or something to that effect. Now, Billy Joe is the grandmother. She and her husband worked out of town. They got paid really good. They did. What did they do? What kind of construction was it? They got paid really good money. Happy Thanksgiving, Canadian friends. Yes. And Leilani got custody taken away from her. She blamed anyone other than her daughter. And something with pipes, union workers, or something like that. Yeah. And Leilani got custody taken away. Billy got custody of the kids. She was supposed to make sure that they were safe. That is just a fact. When you have custody, whether they are foster kids, your grandkids, it doesn't matter. Any type of temporary custody, full-time custody, that is our responsibility. Castle, I think so. In other states, maybe North Carolina. She's a pipe welder, underwater welder, I believe. She makes good. Yeah, they made good money. I don't know if they're. I don't think they have that job anymore, though. Um. And anyway, she left the kids with Leilani's boyfriend, and who else was in the house? There was another guy in the house. And during the day, the kids were up at the babysitters.
We are back on the order, back on the record in
God, that
SBCR
scared me.
22-03364J6. Counsel for the defense is at the table with Ms. Simon. Counsel for the state, along with Detective Lemons, are at their table. We haven't yet brought the jurors back in. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the
I
jurors
think
back
she
in?
needs to.
No, Your Honor, I'm ready to continue.
Not from the defense yet.
All right, let's proceed.
It scared me. I jumped. All rise. All rise.
Order in the judge room.
Order in the judge room. I need to find my gavel. I have a gavel somewhere, and I don't know what happened to it. Leilani, put it down. You're being disrespectful. What the hell is she doing? Oh my God. Put it down. Leilani,
Okay, thank you.
Billy, she has 2 kids
And so
in
for the
jail
record, the
for
jurors
murder.
are all back. They are being seated at this time. All right, all 16. Thank you. And Mr. Dean will resume with his opening statement.
So, October 12th, and we've come a long way from the October 5th account of only using marijuana that night. This is where we end up on October 12th.
Just before you take the trash survey, you got cocaine, you were upset, and you hurt.
And in this interview, she acknowledges that this wasn't like the one night she used cocaine. She's a regular user of cocaine,
Just fluffy, Ramona.
which she had denied in earlier interviews. Now, at the end of the day, the most critical thing is what happened to Quinton. What happened to Quinton in the middle of the night? And here is what she had to say about that.
If I did something to him, I'll take no responsibility. Whatever he got fired, I would take no responsibility, but I'm so keeping God. And y'all come home to my heart and cross my arms. That's what I want.
I don't know if I did something to him, but if I did, I will take responsibility.
Yes.
She appears to be claiming something like a lack of memory. And I'll tell you that the evidence that you'll see is going to show that when she drove to those dumpsters at Azalea to throw Quinton's body away, you can see that she's driving normally. You'll see that she comes to a complete stop at stop signs. She uses her turn signal. You'll hear evidence that the investigators could tell from her phone that she plugged her phone into the USB charger in the car.
Savannah, Georgia.
So the evidence will show that she was aware of what she was doing when she took him there, and that her claims to just not know what happened cannot be true. They do not fit with the other evidence. We've talked a lot about what she has been saying to the police and the FBI on the 5th, on the 8th, on the 12th. But we haven't talked much about the other aspect of the investigation, which is the effort to find.
It does, Ginger, but this is not a DP case.
To him. So I'll talk a little bit about that now. Now, on October 18th, police announced that they believe Quinton's body to be in a local landfill and that they're about to begin this extremely challenging needle in a haystack search of the landfill. And this is how they got there. A detective with the Chatham County Police Department goes out to the mobile home plaza once these dumpsters become an area of interest after they've looked at the security footage. And he asks what garbage truck company services these dumpsters, and they give him that information. He gets in touch with that garbage truck company, and he learns that it was truck 309 from a 3909, I should say, from a company called Waste Pro. This is the list of stops for that truck on that day. Serviced the mobile home plaza. This is on the morning of October 5th, actually. Quinton wasn't in the dumpster for very long because it was emptied that day. And this, what I'll tell you next, kind of goes to explain Quinton's condition when they ultimately found him. Not an intact body, but in pieces, little pieces.
I noticed that, Nikita. I noticed that as well.
It's a front-loading garbage truck. Extends its hydraulic forks into the slots on the side of the dumpster and drops Quinton and all the other garbage into the box.
Morning, Sue.
Truck. There's a compactor in that truck that compacts everything. You want that compactor in there so that the truck doesn't have to go to the landfill as frequently. Makes the garbage smaller and take more garbage. That truck went to the Waste Management Superior Landfill on Little Neck Road on the morning of October 5th. This is the landfill ticket. They weigh the trucks when they're coming in. That's how they know how much to charge the garbage truck company for this particular load. This is for Waste Pro truck 3909. And with this information, the detectives go out and they talk to the landfill manager, and he's able to identify the area that garbage was being dumped and then kind of shoved to on October 5th. And this kind of general area up here, that becomes the search area. So they have kind of an idea of like a general box in the landfill of where Quinton is going to be found. But this is still an extremely difficult thing. Even if you know the general area, there's like 2 more days of trash that has since been dumped there since the 5th.
Over and
this stuff gets
over
compacted
and
and moved
over.
around. They drive these compactors over it that have studded metal rollers, and everything just gets shredded. You may have this idea that you go into a landfill and it's just like a pile of bags of trash, just like they were when you put them in your garbage can at home. It is not like that.
Wasn't supposed
You
to
will
be.
see that it is not like that. Everything is shredded because compaction is the name of the game in landfills. You will hear that. You got to get everything pressed down real tight because space is money. So at the end of the day, they have tons and tons of garbage to search through, and so they arrange the landfill search. They have some consultants from an outside agency come in and advise on this because it's a very technical thing. These consultants are able to tell them, based on the size of the box, about how many tons of trash they'll have to search through to exhaust the area, based on known rates of searching, like pounds per day. They're able to give them an estimate of how many people this is going to take and how much time it's going to take. They have to order specialized protective gear, steel-toed boots, Tyvek suits, respirators, gloves to put over the gloves. This is a biohazard environment. And they have to find volunteers, and this is an all-volunteer duty. Right? And for weeks,
I did not know it was volunteer.
volunteers from the police department and from some other law enforcement agencies came out here early in the morning, and they do this landfill search that involves an excavator up in the search area, scooping up garbage, putting it in a dump truck. Dump truck comes down on this open area bounded by cones that they call the search deck. Excavator down here kind of spreads the garbage, that particular load, I think they were calling them lines, out onto the search deck. And the law enforcement officers, these volunteers, get online with rakes, and they just search through it. This is what that looked like. And they do this for days. weeks in the heat, all that gear on. That's why I said earlier, these efforts can only be described as heroic. They want to find Quinton. The evidence will show that these things are not typically successful. There's a very low success rate with these landfill searches because, again, it's a needle in a haystack proposition. But that's what the police are doing while she is playing games with investigators and changing her story and changing her story again. October 24th, while the landfill search is underway and those volunteers are suffering in the heat out there,
2 to 9.
not knowing whether the next rape is going to bring more tedium and boredom or if it's going to bring the horror of what they're actually looking for. The defendant is still playing games. Having already admitted that she went to Azalea and threw away trash, but it was only stinky shrimp pasta. She does an interview with the news, WTOC, in which she still, even at this late stage, this is October 24th, that's 19 days after the initial 911 call, and after several interviews where her story has just been shot to pieces. She does this interview where she holds herself out as the victim of a child abduction, still on that, and has the gall to make an appeal to the public to just please bring Quinton home safe. And the evidence will show that she knows he's not safe. And she knows he's not coming home.
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quinton?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, so screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I'm not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station. And I will walk with her. All we want is justice for Quinton's life. We want justice too. We want answers. We don't care the cost. We want answers just like everybody else does. At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want him home.
That same day in which she's claiming to the news they had no idea what happened and to just want him home, she sends this text message to Savannah Solomon of the FBI. And this is just the latest Hail Mary. After all the statements about going to the Chevron and then going to Azalea and what she was doing there, and I was actually throwing away trash and not Quinton. At this point, October 24th, the same day as that news interview, she and Danny are split at this point. He kind of seems to see the writing on the wall for her and has left town, I believe. And I think they're not together at this point. And so now's the perfect time to try to put it on Danny. I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that he was the one who left. My phone was in the car from my previous trip. And the reason she says that is her phone GPS puts her at the dumpsters too, not just the video. So anyway, she's throwing it on Danny and is now saying, you know what, I didn't actually make that trip at all. That's him, not me. And they get her in for an interview a couple days later to formalize that statement. And they just sort of let her talk and put it out there. But the evidence will show that it was clearly not true. It was a desperate attempt to just try something new after, I don't know, a dozen lies to that point. And that interview was on October 31st, last day in October. Now on November 18th, about 3 or 4 weeks after they started searching through that landfill, it was an arduous task, challenging thing, all volunteers. They finally find what they're looking for. November 18th, it's a memorable day for the people who are involved in this landfill search. Because they find Quinton, and he's not in good shape. Okay, they find him in pieces. Mostly bones, a foot.
Oh my God.
It's not as though he's in one place on that search deck. They're
Oh
finding
my
bones
God.
in different lines, spread out. He's torn apart. They send Quinton's remains up to the FBI lab at Quantico, Virginia, where DNA analysis is done.
I hope you're happy, you
And
bitch.
they confirm what everybody already knew, is that this is Quinton.
I was not expecting that.
And the defendant comes in for one last interview.
Oh my God.
So that's where she ends up. After having given this very detailed cover story about going to the Chevron to meet Misty for Oragel, and having added this later, this richly detailed account of having thrown away some garbage at Azalea in the dumpster, but it only being shrimp pasta. Her final story, when they found Quinton after tracing the trash and making it undeniable that what she was throwing away in that dumpster at Azalea was her son's body, the best she could do in her last interview is to claim a total and complete lack of memory from seeing him in his pack and play at 10-something to snapping back into consciousness on the way home from Azalea. And we'll watch it, you'll see more. Specifically what she says happened is that she was driving home, hit a set of railroad tracks, and that jolted
Not
her
a
back
fucking
into,
tear.
now forming memories.
This bitch.
That's the story she ends up with. After those richly detailed accounts of false statements for what happened during that trip, now she just can't remember anything that happened during the critical time period in this case, the murder and the disposal of the body. So that is, as concise as I could make it, the account of what happened and what how the investigation unfolded. What will the trial look like? Okay, so that's kind of the story, start to finish.
Exactly, Connie.
What will the trial look like? Trial's not like an opening statement. All right, we bring witnesses in one at a time. It can be kind of disjointed and choppy because each individual comes in and they can only talk about really their role and what they did, heard, saw.
It's going to get even worse. So just hang tight.
You will hear from some of the responding officers. You'll hear from people like Michelle McCarta, people in Quinton's life. I can tell you some things about how the defendant felt about Quinton and treated him. You'll hear from the investigators who took these statements and followed up on them. You'll hear from some of the people who were involved in this search of the landfill. You'll hear from some of the scientists at Quantico who were tasked with identifying Quinton and seeing what they could make of these remains, which are just totally torn apart. What I do not expect you will hear is exactly how the defendant killed Quinton. And that's because she covered it up. It's because she got rid of the body. All right. The evidence will show that her specific intent from the outset was that he never be found at all. And him being found in pieces, little bitty pieces, was the next best thing. The judge will tell you that in a case like this, we do not have to prove exactly how the defendant killed Quinton. Under these circumstances, how could you? And that is a sensible rule. Because what we have to prove, what is important, is not exactly how she killed him, but that she killed him. The fact that she did it. And the evidence that we will present to you will do that. It will do that, beyond a reasonable doubt. So at the end of the case, when all the evidence is in, we will make our closing arguments, and we will ask you to find her guilty of all of the charges in the indictment. I want to thank you for your attention. This has been a fairly long opening statement, but it was important to us, because it's our one chance to do it, is to give you kind of soup to nuts from the outset. What is this case about, and what did this investigation look like? So I thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Turn to the defense. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't intend to speak nearly as long as Mr. Dean did. Because frankly, this whole case is about rumor, gossip, speculation, and innuendo, and ultimately the state's bold conclusions about what they say happened but can't prove. Unquestionably, this is an emotional case. I know that. I have 5 children, 4 grandchildren. So I understand how emotional this can be. But this case can't be decided based on emotions. It has to be decided on facts and evidence presented in this courtroom. It can't be determined by emotions or their rumors and their gossip and their conclusions. And in the end, what you will determine is that's exactly the foundation of the state's claims. Bunch of conclusions, bunch of declarations, unsupported by actual evidence. These declarations about she did this at 1 o'clock, she killed Quinton. She drove here, and then all of that are their conclusions, what they have decided the evidence shows. But what is important,
You got it
in a
on her
trial
phone, you dumb twat.
is this witness stand, where witnesses testify and evidence is presented. It's not what some lawyer says. It's not what the state declares the evidence to be, and that includes this discussion about the statements. Mr. Dean has his ideas of what those statements represent, but that's your job. And it's not to simply rely on the state's conclusions about what they mean. The state has a conclusion. The core conclusion is that Leilani Marie Simon murdered her child. The evidence will simply not support that bold conclusion. That is why, after we've heard all the evidence and all the argument, the evidence will lead you to one place, and that is a finding with respect to murder and concealing the death of another of not guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Purse. This would probably be a good time to break for lunch, and then we'll resume testimony after the lunch break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a time for lunch break. It is, the time now is 12:10. I'm going to ask that you report back at 1:20. We got to give some time for them to get to lunch and get back. Let's go ahead and make that 1:30. It's 12:15 now. Let's make it 1:30. That'll give some time, and we're going to be realistic about what we do. When you go, please remember not to discuss the case, not to do any research on the case, and not to talk with each other about the case. All right. And with that, you're excused.
Jury's exiting.
So what time are they coming back? What time are they coming back? They're on a 30-minute delay. I think she said the time wrong because she said it. Go eat your bologna sandwich, Leilani. You did not see any emotions there. Whenever.
All clear, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Before we leave, there is one matter that I'd like to take up. Juror 7, who came in a little late earlier today, and she'd also indicated after we had selected the jury that she had some hearing issues or may have some hearing issues, and she provided what the court marked as Court Exhibit 2. Despite her showing the document, which really indicates to me that there is speech understanding in background noise within limits. So we chose to keep her here on the jury today. I just wanted to note for the record that she appears to be responding to all commands made verbally. When I asked each of the jurors to write their name on the front page so that they can begin making notes on the back page, she did so immediately. And I say all this to say that she seems to be doing fine. And I just want to put that on the record.
I would concur, Judge. I've noticed the same thing, and I would concur, Judge. I've noticed the same thing, and I got the same conclusions from the note that we got during the jury selection. So I note for the record the same thing.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dean, anything?
I agree, Your Honor, and I would just add that during jury selection, when this issue came up, when she brought it to our attention, the reason that I did not push the issue about asking her whether she would like to wear a headset to amplify the volume is that during that colloquy with the court and with counsel, she was being questioned in a very normal tone, and by Mr. Hilliard in particular, and actually kind of a soft, low tone, and just didn't seem to have any problem whatsoever with hearing what people were saying. So that I think that the record is clear on her ability to hear what is being said in courtroom.
Okay, I appreciate the observations. Is there anything else that we need to deal with at this time before we break?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Okay. So we're going to resume at 1:30. That's the aim. Let's get back here about 1:25 so that if there's anything, we can address it before we begin. All right. And with that, we're in recess.
125. I'm looking, just bear with me. I'm looking to find some stuff while we were down there. I want to show y'all. I just have to go through some pages here because obviously it was, almost 3 years ago. I guess, we're behind 25 minutes or so behind. This was the end of 2022. Okay, we're getting there. Almost there. Bear with me. I cannot believe. I mean, it's not that I can't believe. I can believe, but just Leilani not showing any emotions right there. Okay, that's Michael Vaughn case. Okay, 1 second. I gotta open up some of these. There's a lot of them. We were bear with me 1 second. Okay. In the end, nobody wins. That one was. God, there's so many. Okay. All right, here we go. This was take 3 at Billy Joe's house. We're going to come back to that in just a minute. Let's see here.
Oh, Diane's.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
All right. The cops were here. This is us outside of.
You're
the
back.
home.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, the trolls was getting a little bit out of.
Yeah, it was just getting bad. Hopefully, we don't have too many trolls. I know my mods have been amazing. I just want to tell you all, thank you so much for all the hard work that you have done.
They were.
And now they have 2 people here, and I hope that they learn to silently protest.
This is not about me or anyone else. This is about this baby right here, Quinton Simon.
Right here. This baby right here was the child that we just seen a second ago. She took the life out of this baby. You want to talk about infuriating?
They won't even look at him. They won't even look at him.
They made sure that they put sardines in the yard, cow manure where we were outside protesting, all of it. They had all kinds of time to do that. So, and party in the
They throw cow manure and stuff around his. Thank you, guys. No, you're fine. Marissa's over here. Yeah. Raleigh did not touch her.
They sold.
He never touched one part.
The other side that is taking up for the feet right now sent this woman who with a dog stroller with her 2 dogs to anti-protest us. They've always taken the opposite side for the criminal. They've always done it.
Of or whatsoever. Jackie.
They sent it. That was one of them. Hey, Jude. Yep. That was one of them. They also sent a clown that was rap, whip his ass for doing that. Guess this is the neighbor. I guess the news is setting up here now, or some. I think so. Guys, do me a favor and hit the thumbs up button while you're coming in. I would appreciate it. Yes, Billy. Billy Joe has 2 children that are in. Are you there? Oh my God, are you there? Okay. Are you inside? Are you inside? You want to call in? You feel like calling in? Can you call in? If you can call in, that would be great. If no pressure if you can't. My number's right there. They did the onion. Oh yeah, they did onions. Yes, that's right. I forgot about that. The real Me Too. Sold her home for $500,000. You know when your kids get hurt and you feel like you're going to throw up and you have a heart attack and it just yeah, bingo. They stole our sons. Yes. It was yep. Okay. Hey Karen.
Hi, Justin. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for calling in.
Oh, no problem. Just on lunch break.
So
I'm outside warming up because the courtroom's freezing.
Is it cold down there?
It's so cold in there. Yeah, no, it's warm here, but it's freezing inside the courtroom.
Oh, it's cold as hell here. So,
is it? Yeah.
So you're inside the courtroom?
I'm outside right now. We're on lunch break to 1:30.
But I mean, you've been inside.
Oh yeah, I've been here. I was here since I got here 7:30 this morning because I didn't know what to expect.
Right.
It's not that I thought there'd be a lot more people than that showed up, but maybe as the trial goes on.
Yeah. When they showed the skull, I about flipped.
Yes, I know.
How much is the time off? What time do they go back to?
Well, they started late. They were having trouble with court TV and some of the feeds. So we didn't go in, so we didn't start till I would say around 10, somewhere around there, maybe even a little later.
Mm-hmm.
And then we weren't even in very long, and one of the jurors needed a break. I'm like, kidding me already?
Yeah, I saw
that. We took a 5-minute break. Yeah, then we went in, and then as soon as closing arguments were done, we broke for lunch. So, and I mean, she's been. I don't know if she recognizes me from being there, but she just. I mean, we're doing eye contact, me and her. So.
She's not showing any emotion.
Nope. She cried when she first got in. She cried when they brought the jurors in.
Yep.
And then that was it.
Yep.
That was it.
I think it was just the reality setting in at that moment when the jurors came in. That's all it was.
And it's a big mixture of jurors. We have probably at least half of them that were probably like 50 and up.
Oh wow!
And there's a couple of young ones. There's one real young guy, and all he does is stare at her. And I mean, the second he walked in, he just stared at her, and he stares at her and stares at her and stares at her. You bet he's like the youngest one on the jury. I'd say he's probably in his early 20s. And he just stares her down. But yeah, according to what he's saying, I guess we'll see more as we go on. But a lot of it, I knew what they were going to come out with because I went to all the hearings.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the hearings, we got to hear the interviews And I knew she was blaming Danny. I knew about the, you know, the
Mhm.
car being, oh, I left my phone in the car, and that's why it tracked me there. And, you know, so I knew that was going to come out and stuff. But
Yeah,
yeah,
she's
she's still as cold as ice. She just did. She walked down. I don't know if she recognized me. I don't know, but because we did have some, you know, confrontations outside there. I mean, at one point, and outside the house. The day, yeah, you were there. You were there on the day that when they came outside and sat on the lawn. Were you guys there that day? You and Marissa?
no.
No.
No,
All right,
maybe
that's the day.
we might have been there, but I think we might have just missed it. I think we
Yeah,
had
because
just
they
missed
were
it.
outside. That's the day they put all the chairs. That's the day they stole the signs. Remember?
Yeah, they
They put
stole
the
the
chairs out
signs.
front.
They all went and got
Yeah,
chairs and sat outside and looked at us.
and they sat outside, and then she came and they had it roped off at that point. Now the family, and she came under the rope, and that's when I had the shirt. Like, Mom, I made the sign, "Mommy, why wasn't I good enough?" And it turned into some shirts,
Mhm.
and she walked across to go talk to the old dirty old man across the street, and she just strode, you know. And I put the sign right in her face, and she's just an eyeballing me in there. She keeps, you know, not so much after it started, but in the beginning, and on breaks, she'll just turn around and just look, you know. I just stare it down, like, you know, whatever. You know, I'll be here. I'll be here every day.
That's right. Well, thank you for being there for him and all
No,
of
no
us.
problem.
Now,
I'm definitely gonna see it through.
is Billy Joe there? Any of the family?
No, I haven't seen anybody. No. There's an older man there with a really long beard that was there when we got. There's only three of us waiting to get in, and I don't know how. I was in the elevator and stuff with him. I haven't asked him yet, but I was wondering if I had to do with Quinton, if it was the grandfather. Because he seems like an odd person. He doesn't seem like the type that would be sitting in a trial. He's very uncomfortable, like sitting. Like, I guess, you know, he's not comfortable in the.
Guidance says like a biker guy.
Yes, yes.
Yep. That's him. Guidance.
That's him. I
think
knew
so.
it. I knew it because when we got in, I don't know if it's. I think it was before it started. Her lawyer went up to him and spoke to him, and I couldn't pick up everything they were saying. All I heard him say, "Oh, thank you." But she turned around and she was staring him down, and her lawyer went over and spoke to him. He was sitting right next to me, but I, you know, didn't want to eavesdrop really. I really couldn't hear everything. And I said, "That's gonna be Quinton's father because he's just not comfortable sitting. He's like, you know, he seems like he's got some health issues, and he's just not comfortable sitting in the, you know, putting bed position. And he's just moving around." I said, "That's got to be Quinton's grandfather. It's got to be." But no, none of the witnesses are allowed in the courtroom. So if there's, you know, so
That's what I
even
was
if she
thinking. I was
there,
thinking maybe they can't. I don't think they can come in the courtroom. Which
no, they're not. The judge said they're not. No witnesses allowed in the courtroom.
yeah, so that's
So
why Diana and none of them are there.
yeah, right. I think probably the first one that, or what I think is the first one they're going to be called is going to be the 911. That, you know, right from the beginning. You know, the detective's there. She's the only one, the one with the long blonde hair that's sitting with the prosecutor. She's the lead detective on the case, and I think she'll probably be the first one that they'll probably call. You know,
Leilani's her attorney was a jerk.
Yeah, wasn't he? Arrogant.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not gonna spend as much time here, and he's like, what did he say? He's like, this is what they're saying. They're saying their opinion pretty much, and I'm thinking, dude, there's Life 360. They've got your phone pings. They've got you on damn video.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they don't actually have her. Remember the cameras were down? Remember there was a camera up?
Yep.
Because we went by there. Remember we all went by there?
Yep.
There was a camera up, but the camera wasn't working, remember?
Yep.
But yeah, it was we've seen her pull in there and everything else, but I think which was a big thing because I was in the hearing when Billy Joe had to go in and testify about the books, and then books, I'm telling you, Justin, them books are gonna they're gonna destroy her. There's something in them journals. Remember all the journals?
Yes, those journals. Yeah.
And the defense attorneys were trying to keep that out. And there's something in them journals because Billy Joe was like going to was ready to have a nervous breakdown on that stand that day.
Yeah.
And
there's something in those journals.
They're coming in. Yep, they're coming in. So I'm like, thank God, because there's something in there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But
They did not
yeah,
want those
so,
journals in there. I don't know if she wrote about it and admitted it,
yep.
or something.
Because remember when everyone was up in roar because they thought that she was pregnant when she was in jail.
Yes.
Because Billy Joe was putting a thing on a wish list for a nursery. We know what that was about. That was about what they tried to do. Is now we know that door that used to come in and out, all the one all the way to the left where that front porch was. That's where Leilani and Danny and the kids stood. And what was upsetting about that I found out today, what upset me, is why didn't Billy Joe provide Quinton with a crib with a nice mattress? That kid was supposed
I
to
know.
play impact.
I know.
And the baby on a bed. I mean, a 5-month-old baby on a bed. You know, the only one that had a good bed was Zane. I was like pissed at that when I heard that. But what they tried to do is she was trying to fix what I'm thinking. I'm gonna say, in my opinion, is what I got out of all that when I heard these hearings, is they were trying to get a room set up, because what happened is the journals were in a closet, certain closet. I want to say it was down there, and they were trying to make it like it was like Leilani's personal space, and Billy Joe had no right to go get them journals.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why they were trying to change the room around, because it would be a different area of the house, and to prevent them journals from coming in. But they ended up coming in. That's what all that nursery stuff was about. That's the take I got out of it when I was in there. Because they were trying to do everything they could to keep them journals out, that, throwing out that Billy Joe had no right to go get them, when, from what we heard in the hearing, is Leilani gave her permission. And I think what's going to be in them journals, a lot of bad stuff about Billy Joe. I have a funny feeling about that. And, the rumors we heard about Billy Joe and Bubba, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what's in them journals. I have a funny feeling, because I'm telling you, Billy Joe I actually felt bad for her. I really, and I'm not too keen on her. I actually felt bad for her watching her in court that day, because she was just a woman on the verge of a breakdown. That's how bad she was that day on the stand in court that day. She was just a wreck.
It's going to be.
She's defending her daughter. She's not there wanting her put away, because I was there and I heard stuff that was said.
Yeah.
And she's defending. She said that she just took a turn. She was doing really good, and she took a turn and went back to using. And but other than that, she just needs help. She don't want to see her punished.
Well.
So who's in there fighting for Quinton? That's what I want to know. Who's there for Quinton? I mean, the grandfather's there, but I don't even know if the grandfather met the kid, because the father never was in Quinton's life. So I don't know.
Well, the prosecutors
So
are.
that's why that's why I'm like, I said, no, when this trial happened, I'm going to be there.
Isn't it bizarre, Karen, how she's going to have, in my opinion, Leilani's going to get prosecuted and go for life, pretty much. But isn't it bizarre how she has 2 children in jail for murder?
Mhm. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, that's.
And she's fighting. She's fighting for custody. She's custody of the other 2 grandchildren. She's got some lawyers working on that with her for that. Guidance
says you are there, meaning for Quinton, Karen, and all of us behind you.
Oh, thank you, Guidance. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're all behind you with this.
Yeah.
But
she's still the same cold. Like she's got no remorse. I don't see any remorse in that woman. That woman's face.
I don't see any at all.
It's remorse for her, and like I made a mistake. I did something wrong, but she don't want it. She always said, if I did something wrong, I'll turn myself in. Yeah, no,
she knew.
She don't want to take responsibility.
She knew. She knew.
Yeah, and they're gonna point the finger at Danny. Well,
they're wasting their time. I mean, they're wasting their time. If that's their defense. I mean, I would have took an insanity defense before I would have taken, blaming it on Danny.
My biggest fear was they were gonna do a plea, and I'm like, please don't do that, please, no pleas for her.
Well, they
I want
offered
this to go to
they
trial.
offered her a plea deal, didn't they?
I never heard of a plea deal.
Oh,
No,
they didn't.
not
Okay,
that I ever heard
I
of.
thought that
And
maybe.
I only missed one hearing because I had back surgery, so I only missed one hearing.
Mm-hmm.
And but no, I never heard of any plea deal. I mean, I could be wrong.
No.
So don't take that for 100%. But
Does
I don't think they ever did.
Does BJ have the other kids?
No. Last time she was in here, she was fighting for him. So
That's what I was
I don't
thinking.
know if she ever got him.
I think
But she's fighting for
the
custody.
dad's families have them now, don't they?
I know. I thought one was with an aunt. I think the baby girl, when it first happened, was with an aunt. I don't know what ever happened with Zane, but I'm pretty sure that the little girl went with an aunt, if I'm not mistaken, when this all first happened. That's what I remember. So I don't know where they still are now, but I know Quinton's grandpa said he was going to fight for him.
Now,
And he's in court, so I don't know.
when she was doing that video saying she was going to unalive herself, did she not mention Quinton in that video?
She did briefly, but just like, I want you to grow up and be a man too, and that was basically what she said about Quinton.
That's all. That's it.
That's all. That's it.
Well, we know that she favored her oldest one the most.
You know what's weird? She started with Zane, the oldest one. You think you'd go like, okay, your oldest kid, go to Quinton, go to the little one in order.
Yep.
She went from Zane, she went down to
The
baby
baby,
girl.
yeah.
I forget her name now. The little girl, and then she went to Quinton in the middle. And Quinton was just a brief statement, like, "Yeah, I want you to grow up to be a man too."
Yeah.
I think that's basically what she said. No.
Like her Facebook profile and stuff, she's got the oldest kid's picture on the top, and she's she called it her ride or die, right?
Yeah, ride or die. Yeah, that's what they said. Was it ride or die? But I think they showed that picture of the skull. But I think there's going to be more evidence of more pieces of him coming
Yeah.
from what I took
Yeah.
from the prosecution.
Yeah,
From what they're
that's.
saying. Yeah. So
I've
I don't
heard
know
it's
if they'll
going to
show
be
it all, but
pretty gruesome.
yeah. Yeah.
That poor baby.
And I don't even know. Do you know? Because I don't even know if did they ever turn his body over to them? As far as I know, they
don't
haven't.
think so. I don't think they've turned it over. No, not that I'm aware of.
No, me neither. I never heard that.
Her
No,
relation.
but, yeah, the juries are interesting. There was a little bit of issues. Suppose she can't hear very well.
Yeah.
But so after it took, well, you guys might have seen that. I don't know. Where they said that she's gonna stay, but there's just that one young guy that just, the minute he walked in, he just, even when they were like judge was talking, I mean, everyone was like full attention, staring at the judge, and this one was just staring straight at her. I was like, wow. And he keeps yawning and fidgety and playing with his neck. Weird. But everyone else has got like their full attention. Not that he's not paying attention, that's what I'm saying, but he just eyeballing her right down. And he's young. He's the youngest one on there. So it's interesting. I'm just praying everything goes in Quinton's way.
I think it will. I think the evidence is going to be so overwhelming. I think it's.
Yeah.
I mean, I have.
And this is not her original attorneys. These are new attorneys that she has. These aren't her original attorneys that she got.
Really? Why?
Yeah, she's had these. These have been in the last, I guess, few hearings. I know when I used to go, it was a girl and a man, and they were there for a while, and then I guess I don't know, the last maybe 4 hearings, 3-4 hearings. It's different. It's 2 different attorneys. I was always wondering, maybe is that why Billy Joe sold the house to pay for attorneys? I don't know if they're court appointed or not. I'll have to find out if they are. But yeah, these two gentlemen are new attorneys. That's not her original attorneys that she had.
Did they leave her case? They left her case?
I don't know what happened. Either they made them leave or whatever happened. I'm not sure. Because you know what? I'm just thinking about the journals too. Because I don't know if that was televised. Was Billy Joe televised when she went and testified with the journals?
I don't think so.
Brought him in on it?
I don't think so.
All right, so you know what happened?
What?
I think this is maybe why they got rid of the attorney. The attorney went up when it was his time to question her, Leilani's attorney. they told Billy Joe, "Oh, we don't want to embarrass you. We're not trying to embarrass you." And we're going to ask. They're going to ask her a question about something to do with the journal, like. And they took it back. They said, "Oh, we retract. We're not going to ask it." And after that, I'm wondering if that's why they got rid of him, because Leilani's attorneys were going to ask Billy Joe something to do with the journals, if she was afraid about something coming out in them journals, and he went to, and he ended up saying, "No, I'm gonna take it back. I don't want to ask it."
Thank you, Lacey.
So I'm wondering if that's what happened.
So
them journals are gonna be very interesting. Very interesting. Because there's definitely stuff in them. I think it's going to go back to, I mean, when she did these, well, I guess she did journals for a while. I think there's, if I'm not mistaken, there's either 7 or there's 9 of them, but between 7 and there's a lot of them. I think it's probably going to have a lot of, Leilani's, childhood and things she went through. And I think we're going to hear a lot about, the stuff the rumors that we heard. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. They're appointed. They're appointed attorneys. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain they are appointed.
Yeah, I would think they are, but they're not the same one. She had 2 different, and she had a woman, because she always the woman wasn't there in the beginning, the first few hearings, but she came in, and she used to sit in the Leilani, and they, always chat back and forth with her, and it's not them anymore. It's 2 different ones. So I don't know why. Well,
what time does it start again?
1:30. What time is it, Justin?
1:12.
All right, I'm gonna head back in then.
Okay.
But I can call you later if you want. If you want me to, I can call you later if you do another live or whatever.
Yeah. I'll be live the entire.
We can't bring phones in. We can't even bring pocketbooks in. So.
Yeah.
So same thing that happened with down in Tennessee. I couldn't bring anything in, so that's why I couldn't reach out to.
So we got about 15 minutes before it starts lunch.
Yeah,
okay.
1:30.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for having me call in.
Thank you, Karen. Love you to pieces. I appreciate you all that you do
Justin.
for this case and other cases, Karen. I really do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
All right. Bye-bye. That's Karen on the line. Karen is a sweet, sweet soul. And so is Lacey. Thank you, Lacey. Got a little too loud. Thank you, sweet Lacey. Really appreciate you, my friend. I was also deep in Summer's case. Yeah. Yep. Karen was she was down there with us while all of this was taking place. While all of this was taking place as well. Need to give some credit to Court TV here. The good thing about it being so behind is that we don't have to wait as long. And it's going to start back up in about 15 minutes. Court will resume. I think they're supposed to be there 5 minutes early as well. Some of you, if you guys are just joining us in the last little bit, may find some of this in the trial very disturbing. They have already showed some of Quinton's remains. So, should have said snacks. Snacks. Slightly off topic. A guy just came to my door and banged, and on it just like Justin's FBI open up, LOL. He is a trapper and wanting to know if he could trap on the land. No thanks. That's, well, at least he asked. Right?
Simon. Now, once you see a picture of this little guy, you will wonder how anyone could bring harm to him, but someone did. Here's his story.
And that someone is Leilani Simon.
20-month-old Quinton Simon was living with his grandparents, his mother Leilani, and her boyfriend. On October 5th, 2022 at 9:40 a.m., there was a call to 911 to report this little boy missing.
Look at that picture. Look at that picture.
The investigation began as a missing persons case. Was this an abducted child? Did little Quinton sneak away into the nearby woods? Soon, the investigation would change. It became a homicide investigation, with Quinton's mom as the prime suspect. Then the true crime community spotlight started to shine on Leilani and her family. Protesters began to gather outside of their home, demanding answers and making accusations.
That was us.
The police investigation continued and led to an expansive search of a landfill. Eventually, remains of Quinton were found. Leilani was arrested, locked up, and charged with his murder. And now a jury and the public will hear the evidence that hopefully answers all those questions about what happened to little Quinton Simon. All the stories we do are difficult. When it's little children like that, it takes it to the next level. Did you see his little brown? I mean, you look at that child. Why would anyone do anything other than hug him?
I love Benny.
I don't understand that, but we've got to try to figure this all out. Got to figure this all out. And investigations often start, and really do start most of the times, with a 911 call. That's the first time that law enforcement is then intervening in whatever is happening. And that's what happened here. There's a 911 call made, and it's Leilani Simon and her boyfriend, Daniel, who have the phone and are making the call in the morning. It's about 9:40. Take a listen.
Listen to them. You can hear Leilani in the background as well. It's interesting how these mothers don't make the call.
You said someone been kidnapped? Yeah, Your 1-year-old son? Dad!
Shows you that they're crying doesn't mean they're crying for their child.
When was the last time you seen him? I saw him this morning when I left at 6. Okay, have you guys gone outside to check the area?
She sure did.
Yes. How old is he? And he can't open the door. So you think someone broke in and any time to break it in? No. No breaking in, the door was open. Was it unlocked? Yeah, but the front door had bolts though, but yeah, it was. No, I can't find him nowhere. I was everywhere, and he's so scared. He shouted everywhere. Okay, give me a description on him. Give me a description. He's blue eyes, like he's got blue green eyes, and skin, dark hair. He's what now? You got tan skin, dark brown hair. His eyes are like a brown green hazel. Okay. And he's black, white, and Hispanic. He's Hawaiian. He's what now? Hawaiian. Hawaiian? Yes.
It's you listen to the call and you're wondering. I mean, because it has happened. We've covered that story where someone breaks into a home in the middle of the night and takes a young child. It can happen. It has happened. But you look at a case like this and a story and an investigation, and a child goes missing from a house. I mean, there's an obvious first question for all of this, and it's our first question of our investigation tonight, which is, who was at the house that day? Who was there? It's an important question. Who are the people that are in the house where Quinton was staying? Let me bring in my guests who are going to help us through all this. Joining me, forensic death investigator, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, and host of the very popular Body Bags podcast, Joseph Scott Morgan, and podcast host and Pop Crime TV reporter, Lauren Conlon with us. Thank you both for being here. Great to see you. I wanted to put up a quick little timeline here because this is a story where a little bit of information has come out, not a ton, but some information has come out. This is significant. 5:29 a.m., Quinton's babysitter receives a text message saying no services would be needed for Quinton that day. That's 5:29 a.m.
Oh, look.
6 a.m., baby Quinton is reported.
It's amazing how it always starts early, doesn't it? Early.
Last seen in his playpen at the home. 9:39, Leilani and her boyfriend Daniel call 911 to report Quinton missing. Then we get to 1 o'clock and the FBI immediately jumping in to help with this search down in Savannah, Georgia. So Lauren, as we look at who's at the house that night, so Leilani's obviously there. It seems her boyfriend Daniel is there. Who else is in this home?
Well, Vinny, I first want to clarify that this home belongs to Leilani's mother, Billie Jo Howell, and her husband, Thomas Howell. And Leilani and Daniel and the 3 kids have a room downstairs while the upstairs is occupied by Billie Jo and Thomas, and also Leilani's older brother, Paul Simon. And yes, that's his real name, Paul Simon. But Billie Jo and Thomas were not there at the time. As far as we know, it was just Leilani, Thomas, and the 3 kids.
Joseph Scott Morgan, looking at that timeline, the first thing that jumps out to me, 5:29, canceling the babysitter. You don't need to come over. And this is someone from the neighborhood who has spoken about the case, but is, likely going to be an important witness in all this. And then at 6 o'clock, it seems.
Oh my God, I know how to gift him now. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. I know how to gift him now. You have to do it from your computer. You can't do it from your phone. Oh God, thank you, Lord. 1 second. I think I can gift 5 more. Give me 1 second. Híjole. Okay. Where'd my other thing go? Switch. Bear with me. I'm gonna get 5 more. Okay. 1 second. $. Yes. There you go. 10 memberships. Melissa, Meep, Shelly Ann, Chris, Roni. Who got the other? Mountain Melody, Ramona, Nick, Kimberly of Cats Had Thumbs. Yay. Meet, mother chickens. Meet, mother chickens. I finally learned how to do it. Now I can do it every month. I've been trying to do it. We got about 5 more minutes left. 5 more minutes left until trial starts. As soon as it starts, I will flip it right over. Your laugh cracks me up, but I never win a prize. Oh, Karen, I'm sorry. Your applications have been approved, mother chicken. Now I gotta tell Josh, yes. because other people were doing it on their phone. Is it free to gift them? Yeah, it's free. Yeah, it's free to gift them. Canadian, you okay? Thank you, Nikki. All right.
Seems that the boyfriend says, yeah, I saw Quinton at 6 a.m. when I was leaving for work. I'm looking at those two things. I wonder, well, why don't you need the babysitter?
Yeah, one of the things that we look for in investigations, then, is particularly when you're talking about, because initially this is a missing child case. All right, so you begin to think about that, and one of the questions you're going to ask: is there anything that indicates that behaviors have deviated from the norm? So when you would question a parent about something like this, something so horrible, one of the first questions out of the gate is, do you ever cancel the babysitter? And if so, how frequently?
Because we know that we all have a behavior, a daily behavior. What is normal for us, what is not normal for us. If they canceled often, it's not, not so much out of the ordinary. Thank you, Susan. Thank you. I'm doing honest with this. Art Taylor, welcome, my dear. Thank you so very much. Thank you for renewing that. We're going to switch it right over here now. I'm so glad I learned how to do that. We are waiting. It should be popping off here in just a moment. News channels reported that there will be a half-hour delay as per judge instructions. So if they are back at 1:30, we won't see till 2 p.m. unless this is only applied at the beginning part of the hearing. Karen was just here, and she's at there, and she said it's supposed to start at 2 o'clock. I think it's behind Court TV was. I'm on the phone call. I'm on the phone calls, not too far behind. Okay. Yeah, make sure your gift settings are on as well. Justin, I said, oh, you've never sent a Venmo? Let me see. Thank you, dear. Let me see. Venmo. Oh, thank you so much. Where was that? Thank you so much, Sue. That is so nice of you. I feel so honored. You've never sent a Venmo before, and I was your first Venmo. That's so sweet. Thank you, darling. His spirit ran across the yard. Yeah, that was interesting. I don't know any words to say it. I used to get gifted every month, but I paid less. Oh, wannabe sleuthin'. Look at my email when you have time. Okay. Did you just now send it? Okay, I see it. Okay. I'm gonna take a picture of that. Because in about 30 minutes, well, I'll do it after this. If you want me to, we can maybe chat then. I think it will be too. I think the deliberation will be like, we're all on the same page? Okay, great. Let's sit here for maybe 30 minutes so they think we're actually deliberating. They do exit just Justin, my niece was. They do exist. Justin, my niece was her child's father. Her child was with. What do you mean, Bear Bear? Who exist? I don't understand what you mean. Who exist? Okay, I got you. Gypsy, I love your style. Thank you for 3 months, dear. Appreciate you. Very sweet of you. Stacy, thank you for 7 months. Love you, Justin. Thank you for everything. Oh, thank you, my dear. I appreciate you guys very much. I appreciate you. I've also have to call about a monkey in a bit. Can y'all do true crime with me with the monkey on my shoulder? Is that okay? True crime with the monkey. Is that a problem? Oh my god. Basically you have the option to turn on yes. Yeah. We like monkey business. The chat knows I'm not what I'm talking about. No, Gypsy. We're not having that. We're not having poop slingers. The monkey worries me. Why? Why does the monkey worry you? It's still a dollar amount because I just became a member. I don't know what you mean, Wendy. I'm sorry. So they've had him I mean, it's been over 2 years. No, Marlena. They wear diapers. They wear diapers. You have to change diapers about every 3 hours. True crime with a little monkey business. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know. My it was originally on BHP's. Yeah, I'm looking at capuchin monkeys and spider monkeys. If it's a girl, I'm going to name her Pearl. EMF. October 12th. There we go. About the human leg in the Mississippi lake. I believe that leg in the Mississippi lake, I think that was Minnie Pearl. I think that was a person from Louisiana. If I remember correctly. Read my chat to you, Soulshine. If you get a girl, you're going to name her Pearl? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I would love to have another baby, like human baby, but my husband's like, ours are too old now, and I'm not starting over. Because my kids are getting a lot older now, and I miss and we still do emergency foster when we need if we really need to. I try not to do it as that often anymore, but I get too attached too quickly with these kids. I can't do it. Do I have baby fever? I've always had baby fever. So I said, well, fine, I'm getting a monkey. Oh, okay. If Pearl is in the room, we need to eek, 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 mother chicken instead of beep, beep, beep. Yeah, we had my cousin, they did foster care, and they got a little boy that came up for adoption, and then the mother had another child, and they wanted to keep them in the same home. So my cousin and his wife took that child, and then the woman had another child, and so they took the third child in, and then the woman had another child, and they took that child in, and then the woman had another child, and they took that child in, and now they have 5 children, and they opened up a daycare. This has been 15 years ago, though. And I think Robert, he just graduated, and whenever he was left in the crib the entire time while his mom and whatever male she had at the time did whatever they did. This child never got out of the crib. And he was very much developed, he was delayed. His legs didn't work properly, and it's just sad. I don't know why they continue letting them have kid after kid after kid, knowing that they're not going to take them. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. When I get baby fever, I just play The Sims. Oh, that's funny. It's 1:39. What is neighbor worked at a lab and bought monkeys home over the weekend and holiday. Oh, they're not that bad, Janet. What kind were they? What kind were they? Do you know what kind they were? Guidance. There's so many that's needed. There's so many that's needed right now. I mean, it is insanity how much. And the thing is, there is so many that are at at the age where they're like 15, 14 to 17, 13 to 17, and people do not want to take those kids. And that's just the truth. They just don't want to take those kids that age because they have been through so much, and they're more intelligent, street smart than you are. And they'll run away, they get mad, it's I don't know how people does that. couldn't take fostering children. Well, the last time was they changed a lot of the rules the last time we did a long-term foster, and they make it hard on like foster parents that now it's like I'm sorry, but I believe the parents or the biological parents have too many rights while their rights are being taken away. If I want to give the child a haircut, because they come in and their hair needs taken care of and they've never probably had a proper haircut in their life, well, you got to get approval. You got it. The parents have to be able to approve it. Excuse me? No, I see. Finger monkeys are cute, but they leave their scent places, and I can't be dealing with that. The finger monkeys I just can't do. But they're very cute. Yes, the older kids do that. My aunt took a 3 and a 16-year-old. The girl stole all of her jewelry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. For a haircut. You sure do. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm like, it's like these kids that, some of these kids, like I just said, my thank you, Kloops. Appreciate you. Some of these kids, they, like I just said about, my cousin's children that he adopted, but there was foster care. They didn't. He didn't even get out of the crib. Didn't even get out of the crib. This child, and you got to ask them if they'll approve a haircut. In California, it's getting worse in terms of the system relinquishing the parents' rights to open them up for adoption. I can't imagine California. I would go nuts. I would go nuts in California. I really would. My aunt was pretty wealthy and she had beautiful name brand clothing, purses, diamonds. Yeah. They will do it. They will do it. That's how they're that's how they survived. They had to feed their own selves, a lot of these kids. Yeah. Mhm. Yes, it's up to $125,000. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know if that's going to make any difference or whatsoever, because I think this is in my opinion, it's an inside job. It's an inside job. So I guess they're not going to freaking start. 1 second. So we'll go back to this. I'm going to see if what's going on. Was supposed to start at 1:30 or in the same. Did I close that? Did I close that thing? No. Okay, here we go. My grandson. 1 second.
Have you done this? And is this the normal time of day that you would do this? Remember, this is done from texting. So if there's a history of this, you can go
hold on.
Go back and look at the text if this is their normal piece, if this is the way they do it. And right you are, Vin, when you talk about this point of contact, they're going to be essential in establishing the timeline and also prior behaviors.
Yeah, Lauren, this to me, the canceling of the babysitter at 5:29 to me is a little odd. It's a lot odd. Like if you don't need a babysitter, you should know the night before. Would you wake up at 5 o'clock and say, "Oh, we don't need a babysitter today"? That defies logic, I think, to anyone.
Yep, doesn't smell right.
Yes, I agree with you. It's incredibly odd. As a mother, I'm not waking up at 5:30 a.m. and texting my babysitter. And I think that this babysitter really cared about Quinton. There are reports that this babysitter was actually the one that got Leilani to call 911 in the first place, or got Danielle to call. So it's interesting. I mean, this was just the start of Leilani's lies, but I know that you're going to get to that, so I won't give anything away. But yeah, it's the start.
Yeah, we've got a lot to get to. Well, let's listen to Billy Joe, who's Leilani Simon's mother, Quinton's grandma, and as Lauren said, the owner of the home.
Did she have her own rooms within that residence that were?
Yes, sir, she did.
Who did she reside here with?
Danny, Youngkin.
Oh, I guess they did show this part. I never knew that they showed this part with trial before.
My husband, Thomas Howell, and my son, Paul Simon, and the three children.
3 minor children?
That's what Leilani's lawyer is saying. That's what the defense is saying, that her man was involved.
All right, Joseph, so we're laying out who's in the house. So you're investigating this, and everyone who has access to the house or lives in the house obviously needs to be interviewed, and their story has to be verified, because that's the first place you have to look when a child is missing.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. But, you know, one of the initial statements that came out relative to this person is that they stated that the child had been taken or snatched. You know, to think about that, just let that seep into the groundwater there and think about that a little bit. Why is it that your mind flies to that issue immediately? And if that's the case, and if you can come up with that supposition, the question is, who in the hell is coming and going out of that house on a daily basis, on an hourly basis?
Guys,
and why is that happening?
Hold on. Hey, misinformation. Are you talking about a creator yesterday? Is that who you're talking about? I saw that yesterday, and I about flipped my lid. Oh, well, another creator said that yesterday. So I guess that's the narrative now on. That's interesting. Because a TikTok YouTuber creator said that yesterday. It's like they're making Sebastian look like he was the manipulating one.
House unsecured? Those are the big questions that you're going to be asking, because first off, who knows who the occupants are in that house? If they have an awareness that this little child, this precious little baby is in that house, who would have that information, that would know that that child is there, and that would be so motivated to snatch that child away from that family and run off with them? That's a big question here.
And the other thing, Lauren, that we heard in the 911 call was the door is open. But then the boyfriend says, yeah, but it's got bolts, but it's open. And very clear to say, well, Quinton can't open the door. But the door is open. You live in an area like this and there's woods in a neighborhood. It seems you should be spending some time outside searching for the child, like frantically searching for the child.
I agree with you. And I thought that was a little odd that while Danny is making the phone call, she's just kind of in the background adding context, because that's also not something that you would normally do on a 911 call. Start saying, well, it could be this. Well, it could be that. You're going to want to say, what should I do? Should I go search? You know, what, like everybody.
I didn't see, but I knew it was coming. They've went kind of back at each other, back and forth at each other quite a bit. There's not a lot of people that even cares for him either. I mean, there's obviously a lot of people that likes him, but I'm talking about like other YouTubers. So I don't even watch him. I've never watched him, to be quite honest with you, unless like Equa search is on there. But I have just never been a fan.
Come quick, my son is missing. You don't really get that. You hear more excuses.
Absolutely. All right, Lauren, Joseph Scott Morgan staying with us. Coming up next, what will investigators be able to determine from Quinton's?
In my opinion, he caused a lot of trouble in the Summer case and messed up some stuff that could have been taken. Yes, burnt popcorn. Yes, if you disagree with him, it's on, right? But he's caused, some grief down in Tennessee whenever they were looking for Summer.
Remains.
Additional testing, including a DNA analysis, is being conducted, and we have every reason to believe that this will confirm the remains are Quinton's.
How could live ammunition have made it onto that set? An A-list actor charged in the fatal shooting on a film set.
Several members of the crew were already upset with the safety conditions.
This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime.
You need to be well aware of what is in this gun.
There is no way for the court to right this wrong.
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. Season finale Sunday night, 8/7.
In the death of another person, false reporting and making false statements.
See, she looks a lot different, but that's the same attorney.
In connection with the disappearance and death of her son, 20-month-old Quinton Simon. Leilani Simon is being held at the Chatham County Detention Center and is awaiting a bond hearing. We do not anticipate any other arrests in this case. She has been the sole suspect from the beginning. On Friday, our search teams at the waste management landfill found what they believed were human remains. This afternoon, the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia confirmed that they are, in fact, human remains. Additional testing, including a DNA analysis, is being conducted, and we have every reason to believe that this will confirm the remains are Quinton's.
He was thrown out like garbage.
Yeah, I've got it on. It'll kick right on as soon as it starts. So look at that little baby.
This little boy that you're looking at was killed and thrown out like garbage.
Yeah, he doesn't.
They had to go to a landfill to recover his remains. Unreal. Which brings me to my next question, which is about what happened to the little guy. What will investigators be able to determine from Quinton's remains? It's so sad. It is so sad. But the investigation must continue. You got to figure this stuff out. Still with us, Joseph Scott Morgan and Lauren Conlon. Lauren, the one thing about this search that I think people have to realize, this was like a massive search that was done, an incredible effort by everyone involved.
Yes, Vinny, it was a huge search. Tons of money was put into this, over $250,000 by the county. The FBI was involved. You know, they had local police, a canine team, helicopters. Everybody in the area was searching for Quinton Simon.
Joseph Scott Morgan, I want to read something from the state's filing just to give a little perspective on what happened to Quinton, and then you can help us answer the question about what investigators are going to.
They just turned the cameras back on, so I'm assuming it's coming up. It is. I'm assuming it's coming back on. Kraken was on last night. Yeah, it's coming back on. Just kind of waiting for it. Yep, Sue Animal Lover. Me too. Me too. Ever since that happened, I have not watched him. Exactly. Hey, Jude. Hey, True Crime Junkie. What was he talking about last night? I see you. God, I've got so many windows open. I need to close them. That seems like almost a lifetime ago, and it was only 2 years ago. I don't know. It just seems a little too judgmental to me about. One second. I mean, I see you. It's interesting how it's, I don't know why he's continuing to talk about it. It was Lisa last night. That was insane. I was really shocked. That's all I gotta say. I was really, really shocked. One of my law enforcement. Where's when? It says off duty, but it also says busy cracking cases with beer on it. That's funny. They come back on, then be on Sebastian's case. I don't know if they'll come back full time. I just don't see them coming back full time, at least for now, because they got a lot going on, personally. Right, so I sent you an email now. Check the attachments. Oh. Okay. I was kind of thinking the same thing. Let me take this down one second. Let me show you this. Leilani Simon's notes leaked. Looky here. Notes leaked. There you go. Origel. That little thing we used to make when we were kids. XOXO. Bubba. There you go. It's pretty much probably what she was doing. my opinion. I don't really know much about him, Spirit Seeker. I agree. I see you. I agree. I spent going through that stream trying to find a close up of her writing. Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh my God. Here in just a minute, I will be off this. I've got to go run and do school pickup, but I'll have my phone with me and I'll still be able to type in chat for a little bit. It is so cold, Fluffy. I think tonight it's supposed to be 32 degrees. No, that's not really her notes. It was just a meme. He was on a different level for sure. You're jealous, Max Chica? It's so cold here. You had frost this morning? Damn. Here we go. Here we go. I will be with you guys. They don't have school today? That's nice. Is today a holiday?
I'm sure we will.
Okay, so we are back on the record in SPCR 2202, excuse me, 03364J6. If we could bring out Ms. Simon, yeah, bring out Ms. Simon. Leilani Simon is present in court with her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. The state is at their table, AUSA, Tim Dean, Assistant District Attorney Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Just a couple of things. I think that as to the media, some were operating on a delay, some were not operating on a delay. I think we're all on the same 30-minute delay now, right?
I can speak for WJCL. We have been running delay all day.
Awesome. There are always some technical difficulties in the beginning. What would life be without technical difficulties? So everybody's running on the delay. I don't think we have any other issues with regards to the media. Thank you. And the jurors have returned from lunch and they are ready to go. And is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jurors out. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break.
Yes, ma'am.
And I trust that you are all able to comply with my instructions not to research the case and not to discuss the case.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
you're
right. And for the record, everyone has either nodded their heads or responded yes. And with that, we're ready to get started. Mr. Dean?
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
That is what, sir. Face the clerk, raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way, sir. Step Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
And is Stewart Stewart?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a sergeant with the Chatham County Police Department.
That's the uniform?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
Probably about 34 and a half years.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the police department specifically?
Quite a while. Can't tell you exactly how many years, but it's been quite a while.
Now, what is your current position?
I'm a patrol sergeant, A watch.
What is A watch?
A watch is, we have different watches. We have A watch, C watch, D watch, and C watch, A, B, and C.
And are these different shifts?
Yes, sir. Different shifts.
What are the hours for A watch?
A watch, hours now today is 6 to 6. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, so it's essentially the daytime.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your position? The patrol sergeant for AWATCH, you said?
Yes, sir.
What are your responsibilities in that role?
My responsibility is for during the day, the shift that we're on. I'm responsible for doing the briefing. At the beginning of the shift, I assign officers to divisions in Chatham County.
Okay. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October 5th, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you doing on that day?
Patrolling Chatham County.
Okay. Any particular precinct or area?
I was in the West Chatham precinct of Chatham Parkway.
And were you the sergeant over all the patrol officers assigned to the West Chatham precinct?
Yes, sir.
And how many of them were there at that point? Patrol officers on the west side?
It should be a total of 7 or 8 that day.
Okay. Now, at some point on that day, on the morning of October 5th, did you respond to a call for service originating from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the nature of the call that brought you out there?
Missing child.
Now, when you get called out to a particular location on a particular call, do you yourself hear the 911 call?
You talking about on the radio?
Yes. Do you hear the 911 call that was made, or are you just getting a call from a dispatcher?
No, sir. I don't hear what was said when the person calls in.
Okay.
The only thing I get is the dispatch, what the dispatch tells us.
And the word from dispatch initially was it's a missing child call.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you go to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you get there?
It was in my marked patrol vehicle. I drove there. I think if I'm not mistaken, I went down Chatham Parkway.
And what? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chatham Parkway to Gorod Avenue to Buckhalter Road.
And what type of residence is 535 Buckhalter Road?
It's a 2-story, like a single family dwelling.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you look through that and tell us what it is, please?
It's it would be to the east of Highway 17 on Buckholder Road, which is off of Garrard Avenue.
Well, I just mean, what is the document in front of you, State's Exhibit 1? It's more than one page, is it not?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and what is it?
It's a little like maps off of Google.
And do those maps accurately reflect the location of this residence in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit 1 into evidence at this time.
I think I've already seen it, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Hilliard, just make sure you speak loud enough so that Ms. Natalie can capture your words.
I'm just going to look through several of them. I think I've already seen them, Judge. I just want to make sure. Yes, ma'am. No objection. I've already seen all of these.
State's Exhibit 1, is it?
Your Honor, may I now publish these on the screens?
Yes.
All right, I'm on slide 1 here of State's Exhibit 1. This is the, I guess, Savannah, Chatham County metro area.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this this map here?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you step down and just point to us where that is on here? Okay. The red pin just to the left of Garrard Avenue.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can sit down. Now, moving on to slide 2, this is a beat map of Chatham County Police Department beat 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
And beat 7 is further broken down into a number of neighborhoods. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this map as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is it marked by?
It is marked by Buckholder and Garrard Avenue.
Is it that red pin there that we see?
That is correct.
Okay. And 535 Buckhalter then would be in the Garrard Buckhalter neighborhood of beat 7, correct?
That's correct.
Now, moving to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
Slide 3 is showing Buckholder Road. It's also showing the residence where we responded to.
Okay, that's marked by the red pin there.
That's correct, sir.
And finally, slide 4, what are we looking at here?
Slide 4 is another photo of the residence, but it's a closer photo.
Okay. Now, when you responded to this resident, you mentioned you showed up in your patrol car. Where did you park?
I parked in the driveway just outside of the gate.
Okay. So the jurors can't see what you're pointing at on that picture. So if you could just step down and tell us where you parked.
This is the driveway here. I came in and I stopped just short of the gate.
Okay. And you can have a seat, sir. Thank you. And when you arrived, were there any other officers with you?
Yes, sir.
And who were those?
There was 2 other officers that came in behind me. Corporal Jepson was one, and then the others also I think was Voss.
Okay. Daniel Voss?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Philip Gormley? Was he there as well?
He came in right behind him.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where did you make contact with the defendant?
Just as I walked through the gate, they were walking towards the gate.
And who's they?
I saw a female, the lady sitting here with the glasses.
Okay. The witnesses identified the defendant. And what other, aside from police officers, what other people were on scene at the time that you arrived?
Myself, Are you talking about officers, sir?
No, other than police officers, what other people were on
The
scene?
people that I saw the young lady there. I saw a male subject, which I later found out was her boyfriend. And there was a little small child. And there was one more person standing back behind them.
Okay.
I think that was her brother.
Her brother?
I think it was her brother.
Okay. And was there also a person there who was identified to you as a babysitter?
Yes, sir.
And her daughter?
Yes, sir. She walked up behind me.
Okay.
When I got there and walked around in front.
Okay. Anyone else there that you remember who was there on arrival?
No.
Okay. Now, how did your initial contact with the defendant play out in the driveway right inside the gate there?
When I got there, she was walking towards me. She got to me and I asked her, "What's going on?"
And what did she say?
She told me that the child was missing.
Did she say when she had become aware of that?
Earlier that morning, if I'm not mistaken, I think she said around 6, I think, or something like that. Earlier when she had got up.
Okay. Wait, 6 was for when she got up or when the child might have gone missing? Do you remember?
I think she said when she woke up, she was looking for the child. Child wasn't there.
Okay. And did she say anything to you about the door, the front door?
Yes, sir. She said when she woke up, the door was open, the front door to the house.
And the child was gone.
And the child was gone.
Okay. While you were there talking to her about this, did she cast suspicion on anybody who might have been responsible for the disappearance of her child?
Yes, sir. She did. She said her ex. She think that her ex might have took the child, and if I'm not mistaken, I think she said that was the child's father. I think.
Okay. So she said the child's father might have taken it.
Yes, sir.
Now, as the senior man on scene, you were the senior man initially, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you've gotten this initial story, what do you then shift gears into doing?
Well, we shifted gears and I asked her what was the last place she saw him, and she told me in the bed there. And then the front door, we assumed about him going out the front door. If he went out the front door, then it could have been the front yard. And then there was woods behind the house, and there was the roadway of Buckholder Road, which passed in front of the house and went south. So you could south of the house and then north of the house.
Did you task out some officers to search the house itself?
Yes, I did, sir. While I was talking to her, I asked her, did they search the house and look for him? She said yes. So I said, well, we're going to search it again. So I sent 2 officers in the house.
Do you remember which 2?
I think it was Gormley and I think Jepson.
Okay. And did they go do that?
Yes, sir.
And what was, you mentioned Daniel Voss was one of the initial officers there with you. What was his role?
He was talking to the lady.
Okay. Did you, at any point, did you call other officers out beyond the initial 4, you, Gormley, Jepson, and Voss?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you want additional officers there for?
To aid in the search of the area. It was quite a big size area. And once they started arriving, I had officers check to the south of the residence down to Veterans Parkway, and also had officers check to the north of the residence up to Broad Avenue.
Now, you had officers canvassing the area looking for the boy himself, right?
Yes, sir.
And what else did you have them go out and look for?
I advised them to check the residence as they was checking the area to see if there was any cameras.
Okay, like Ring doorbell cameras and things like that. So you had people out doing that.
Yes, sir.
And did you also have them canvassing for witnesses, potential people who might have seen the child either on his own or with somebody else?
Yes, we told them to knock on the doors and try to make contact with the people that lived there, see if they knew anything.
So initial effort focuses on searching the house and searching the general area around the house, if I'm understanding you. Did you yourself personally search any particular area?
I did.
And can you tell us about that?
While I was standing just inside the gate, the backyard area, there was an open shed to the right. It had an RV. We walked over in that area, me and another officer, and checked it. And we left there and went. There was a shop directly behind the house. We checked that area, but it was locked up. We inquired about a key, but they said the gentleman who had the key to it wasn't there. So we searched around it, looked at behind the stuff that was there. Nothing.
Okay. So you weren't able to get into the RV initially because of lack of a key.
Correct.
Okay. Did the officers that showed up to help with the search efforts, where did they come from?
There was other officers that was assigned to my team that day.
Okay. The same beat 7 or different beats?
No, sir. They was from beat 8 and beat 9.
Okay. Those are other patrol areas in the West Chatham area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have other officers kind of flooding in from other places to help out?
Yes, sir. When you have a missing child, you call everybody over.
Okay. Now, at any point during your response, were you involved in making any follow-up on this this claim by the defendant that perhaps the boy's father was responsible?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us about that, please?
While I was myself and Officer Boss was there, I asked the lady if she knew where he lived.
You asked what lady?
The lady here with the black glasses.
Okay. You asked the defendant whether she knew where whom lived.
The ex.
Okay. The boy's father?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She told me a county. I wrote it all down. She told me where he lived at. She gave me the county that he lived in. So what I did is I contacted that police department that's in that county.
And what did you ask them to do?
I advised them who I was looking for, gave them the name that I was looking for, and asked them did they know of him. And while I was talking to her, she told me she didn't know the address, but she gave me some reference points.
What do you mean by that?
Like she told me there was some reference points. There was a store. She told me the name of the store, and I think she said it was a little campground or something. But she told me the name of it, and it was a large sign there. So I gave that information to the officer who called me back from the county.
Okay.
He told me, I think I know what it is.
All right. So you said she gave you some reference points of like businesses near where the boy's father lived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To kind of walk you on to the general area?
That's correct.
Okay. And was there any result from that while you were out there?
The officer that called me and talked to me, he went out and searched.
Sergeant, I'm going to instruct you not to tell the court anything that someone else said.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Was calling that information out to the county in question, was that the end of your personal involvement in the follow-up on the suggestion that the boy's father might have had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any point, did any of your superiors show up?
Yes, sir.
And who was the first one?
Lieutenant Foster.
And where is he in relation to you in the chain of command, the rank structure?
He was my lieutenant for that watch.
Okay. About how long did he get there after you had arrived?
It was pretty quick because once I got the initial information about what was going on, the standard is you contact the lieutenant and advise him what you have.
Okay. And did he come out and become the senior man on scene after a little while?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody else from the Chatham County Police Department command staff show up?
Yes, sir. There was the detectives showed up. There was the assistant chief showed up. There was the detectives, lieutenant captains. They all showed up.
Okay. Do you remember who was first on scene for the detectives?
I think it was Detective Lemons. I think that was the first person I made contact with and talked to.
Okay.
There was other detectives there.
Did Detective Wilkins come out?
Yes.
And what about Detective Noble?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. At any point, was there a response by a canine tracking team?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that? Where were they from?
They was requested. There was a county to the south of Chatham County, and that they came in. They called them in. I think it was around Reedsville.
And when they arrived, what did they do?
They came in. They was in the front yard, and they was talking to the lieutenant. And I guess after that, they went and did a search.
Now, you mentioned that detectives showed up after some time, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the detectives show up, who's in control of the scene?
The detectives.
Okay. So at that point, they took control and sort of relieve the patrol officers of command?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how long were you at the scene total?
It was quite a while. Probably, I would say probably about 2 hours.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant, her boyfriend, and her brother were present at the scene when you arrived, right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, at some point, were they transported to headquarters for questioning?
They were.
And were you involved in that in any way?
No, sir. A couple of my units were. They assisted the detectives.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Now, after your involvement at the scene concluded, were you involved in any other organized searches for the missing child?
I did.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Once I left Buckhalter Road, I was advised to go to the church. There's a church that's located on the corner of Garrard Avenue and Lewis Mills Boulevard.
And what was happening at the church?
At the church, they was having other resources come in to do the search. Other officers were coming in, and I think they had a civilian search team that came in.
Okay, what do you mean by other resources coming in to do the search?
When they have something, when they have events where they have missing children, they are calling in other agencies and ask for assistance. Sheriff Department, and then you just have a lot of other people come in to help us aid with the search.
And when did that search take place, and how long did it last?
It took place right after I left Buckhalter. It came down. All the units started coming in. I think we had a representative from SEMA that was there too.
SEMA being Chatham Emergency Management
Yes, sir.
Agency or Authority or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Roughly how many people were involved in this search that you're talking about that originated at the church?
I would say there was probably about 50 people there.
And what were y'all doing?
Well, once they got them to the church, they briefed them on what was going on, and they briefed on the areas that they wanted to search.
Okay. And what happened after that?
And once that was over, they broke up in groups and they searched the area.
Everybody had a particular area that they were responsible
Yes,
for?
sir.
And how long were you doing that for?
I would say probably another hour and a half.
Okay. What time of day are we at this point,
It's,
roughly?
It's getting dark. It's late in the afternoon.
Okay. And when had you initially arrived?
To the church, where?
To the residence in response to the initial call?
It was just a minute.
Sure.
9:42.
Now, were you wearing a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
Where was it located on your body?
Right in my chest area.
And is that thing always running, or do you have to turn it on?
Yes, sir. It's on.
Okay.
We require, once you get on a call, it has to be on before we get out of the vehicle.
Okay. So how do you turn it on before you get out of the vehicle?
There's a round button in the center. You tap it twice and it activates it.
And did you do that upon arrival in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were your interactions with the defendant that you've described captured on body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And were the arrivals of some of these other officers captured on your body-worn camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you an envelope marked as State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I wrote my name and everything on the front of it.
Okay, and that's an envelope, a sealed envelope?
Yes, sir. It's sealed.
What's inside of there?
It feels like it's a memory stick.
Okay. Is it a flash drive containing your body-worn camera footage from that day?
That's what it feels like.
Okay, and you've reviewed that, right?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict your response to 535 Buckhalter in response to this missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this into evidence as State's Exhibit 2.
No objection.
Admitted.
And I would like to just publish a little bit from the beginning of that file. Yeah, unfortunately, I need to take a moment to see what's going on with the tech.
Okay. So why don't we just take this opportunity to take a short break, 10 minutes. The time now is 1:10. Let's come back. Is it 1:10 or 2:10? I need to put my glasses on. So we're gonna come back at 2:20. Okay. All right.
Jury's exiting. All clear, Judge.
All right. So the jury is out of the room. They're in the jury deliberation room. These things happen. So let's take a few minutes and see if we can't get this online. While you're doing that, Mr. Dean, I'm going to step off the bench.
They're going to do another 10-minute break. Yes, Olshan. What did they say, Sheer? He started off very aggressive, in my opinion. I don't know. I feel it's coming from the people. Like, no, they don't like him either, I don't think, Sheer. He came in just blaring. I thought you were more than fair to him. I mean, I went in with open mind, but I knew that the things he said about Seth was baloney. He said he didn't know that woman last night that went up on Cher's panel. He said he didn't know her. And said he would. Yeah, sure. I think that's the reason. I mean this respectfully. There was no accountability because I think he still has to work through some things. You know what I mean? I don't get it, burnt popcorn. I don't get it at all. Oh, not even one, Marlena. Not even one receipt. Funny you do. Facebook has a lot of haters. It's awful, mates. I never have watched probably 10 minutes of his entire channel. Well, Cher, I think it was a good thing that you let them up. I mean, he was the one who said he wanted to clear things up. You know, he said he wanted to clear the things up, and what better way to clear it up whenever, yeah, he was fine with bringing them up too. Say, sure, bring them up, bring them up. Yes, Holly. I don't know. It's really sad. Really, really sad, if you ask me. I mean, the things that he kept saying about Seth, like one of the women who was there at that dinner or lunch or whatever, again, I don't know a lot about it, but she said that never happened. She said it never happened. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to hear anybody out. Cher she wanted to hear from the T-Rev guy and just hear his side of the story, and he wanted to clear some stuff up, but it did not go that way. I've talked to Seth privately and many times, and I can tell you that's not who he is at all. Seth was single before Sebastian went missing, and he's single after Sebastian went missing. That has never been his priority. You know, women, that's never been his priority. His priority's just been about working and trying to find a son. I do remember when all that stuff happened with you, Reality, though. He was so upset. I remember that. What'd Mohawk say? In my opinion, I think it was both used Seth to get answers. I don't know if it's members only or she took it down or what. I don't know. Is it still getting bad, Aries? Yeah, and sure, that's a fair point. I mean, you know, as creators, and even, you know, just subscribers, sometimes, you know, we get blamed for stuff that is not even remotely true, or may have a thread of truth but is way exaggerated. Yeah, I agree, Karen. Oh, really? Is tension there? I mean, there's always tension, but it's the show from last night still up. It is 57 degrees here right now and windy. U.S. troops being sent to Israel. Good Lord. Got another 2 Aries. Well, the North Korea guy, Kim Jong Il, or whoever his name is.
So we are back on the record. I understand technical
All right, here we go.
difficulties have been overcome. Okay, so Mr. Dean, you ready?
After unplugging it and plugging it back in again, you're ready.
That often helps. And that is the only method I know, the unplug and plug back. Okay, so Mr. Hill, you're ready. Okay, let's bring the jury.
No, Sioux animal. They were T-Rev.
All present, Judge.
All right, thank you, Deputy Solomon. Please have a seat. And Mr. Dean, you may begin.
I'm going to publish a portion of State's Exhibit 2 by playing from the very beginning of this video file, and I will state for the record when I stop the playback.
Okay. Yeah, you can take running for y'all before he got logged out yesterday. He talked to that.
I woke up about 11 o'clock and my husband was working about 6, so between the 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket.
I've stopped the playback at 9:54:45 on the timestamp in the top right corner. Now, Sergeant Stewart, that timestamp in the top right corner of the frame, does that reflect the time of day it is?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you earlier about what time you responded, what time you got there. And I think you were testifying from memory at that point. But what does this video file reflect here in the top right corner is when you arrived and made contact with the defendant?
9:54 a.m.
9:54. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a photograph of what you see when you first walk past the gate.
Just one or a whole stack of them?
There's a stack.
Now, are those still frames drawn from your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the events that they're concerned with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 3. think I've already seen it before.
Yes.
Numbers, I guess it's 1 through 27. I've seen these guys. I don't really object.
And I understand that Exhibit 3 is a composite exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And may I be seated to scroll through these and question the witness? Thank you. Now, Sergeant Stewart, mainly these images depict different people and when they arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's just go through these in order. This first slide has 9:54 and 28 seconds in the top right corner. And we can see the defendant walking down the driveway towards you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is your initial arrival.
Yes, sir.
This next slide is shortly thereafter when she begins talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, slide 3, who is the gentleman on the far left? And you can look up on the screen, I think. Might be easier for you.
You said it far left?
Far left of this image.
That's Corporal Jepson.
Okay.
The officer.
Moving on to the next slide. Who is that immediately to the right of Jepson that we see there with his hands on his body armor?
That looks like Officer Gormley.
Okay, so that would be Gormley.
Yes, sir.
And then to the right of Gormley, who is that with the notepad in his hand talking to the defendant?
Officer Voss.
Officer Voss. Okay. So these pictures that we've looked at, these all depict the people who were there initially, correct?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to slide 5. This is what time?
9:58:33.
So this is within just a few minutes of your arrival.
Yes, sir.
And who is the gentleman with no shirt there in the middle?
I think that's our brother.
Okay. And then the woman to the right in the image standing alongside the white vehicle, would that be the babysitter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's difficult to make out in this picture, but is her daughter standing right on the other side of her?
Yes, sir.
Now, what time is this next slide?
10:08:58.
All right. So how long after your initial response would this be?
14 minutes.
Okay. And who's that in the middle? Is that Officer Voss still?
Facing away from me is Officer Voss.
Okay. And who is that looking towards you?
That is Officer Carson.
Carlson?
Yes, sir.
Now, had she arrived since the initial response?
Yes.
And what was her role there?
She was tasked to do a search.
Okay. So is she one of the officers that you tasked out to look elsewhere?
That's correct, sir.
Now, who is this gentleman?
Lieutenant Foster.
And does this slide depict the approximate time of his arrival on scene?
Yes, sir.
And that is 11 minutes after 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'd be about 15 minutes or so into your response.
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, is that Corporal Jepson on the left there?
Yes, sir.
Not the far left, but the person that we see right there.
Corporal Jepson.
And who's that in the middle?
Officer Zerke.
Zerke?
Yes, sir.
And where did she come from?
From B8,
And
Georgetown area.
Say again?
B8, Georgetown area.
And what was her role once she arrived at the scene?
She was tasked to search the area.
The next line, we're at 16 minutes after 10. Who is this here?
It looks like Officer Naranjo.
Naranjo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did he come from?
He came from, I think, Beat 9
Okay. And what was his role?
to search the area.
Now, in this next slide on the far left, is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
And who are those other two police officers?
That is Corporal Eam, the one facing me. And I think that is his trainee.
Okay. And what was his name?
I think it's Laurel Stewart, I think.
Okay. And did they show up to search as well?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next slide. This is at 10:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this be just under half an hour into your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who is this that we're looking at here?
It is Latoya Brown. Miss
Say
Brown.
again?
Miss Brown.
Okay. Latoya Brown, did
Yes,
you
sir.
say? Okay. And what is her role with the Chatham County Police Department?
She's a CRO.
What is a CRO?
She goes around and takes non-emergency calls.
She goes around.
Makes reports. When people want to report, that's where it doesn't require a police officer to go out and take like a theft or something like that.
Okay.
She goes out and take the.
Community Resource Officer, CRO.
Okay.
Okay.
And what was her role at the scene?
She was requested there to come in to keep up with the notes, be a scribe.
Okay, a scribe?
Yes, sir.
What is
That's
this?
what was told to me to scribe.
Okay.
But to me, she was just there to take notes.
Okay, notes on what?
What was going on, who came in, what was said.
Okay. Now, the next slide, we're at 10:44, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be about 50 minutes after you've gotten there yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster in the middle?
It is.
Who is that in the dark colored jacket there standing next to him?
I think that's one of the detectives.
Do you know which one that is?
No, sir.
You don't know off the top of your head?
Not off my head. No.
What is happening between the two of them?
I think the lieutenant's explaining to him about the incident that's going on out there.
Okay. Explaining what about it? Just
Telling
what
them
information y'all have to this point?
Yeah, so what information he has.
Okay.
I briefed him when he got there, what I had found out,
You briefed who?
the lieutenant.
Okay.
And then that's probably what the lieutenant is briefing him about what we found out.
Okay. So you would brief Lieutenant Foster when he shows up, and then Lieutenant Foster briefs the detectives?
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, who is that in the tan pants and blue shirt
I think
arriving
that's
at the scene?
A detective. And I think that's detective. I think it's Noble. I think that's his name, Noble.
Okay, so that's Noble. In the next slide, who is this?
Lieutenant Thompson.
In the next slide, whose face are we looking at there?
Assistant Chief Shoot.
And who is this in the next slide?
That is she's the lady that does the news releases and media releases.
Like a public information officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was she there for?
To cover the event. It was a missing child.
Were there news media present at this time?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I hadn't seen any.
Did they ever show up to this scene that day?
They did.
That's why she was there to deal with them?
She would be the one dealing with the media. Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, the time is 11:51, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this would be almost 2 hours into the police response to this scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who is that gentleman that we see there?
It's a Marine Patrol officer.
Say Marine Patrol Officer?
Yes, sir.
What do they do?
They route the waterways around Chatham County.
Okay. Is he with the Chatham County Police Department or some other agency?
Yes, sir. He's with the police department.
Okay. Chatham County PD?
Yes, sir.
Specifically the Marine Patrol?
Yes, sir.
And why was he there?
He came out, like I said earlier, when we have a missing child, all resources in the department, if they can spare them, they send them.
In the next slide, who are we seeing here with the sport coat and striped shirt on?
Lieutenant Cheney, I'm sorry.
Okay. And what unit was he with at the time?
The detectives.
Okay. So he was a lieutenant with the detectives?
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, it's noon now, right? 12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're a little more than 2 hours in.
Yes, sir.
And who is that walking across the yard there?
That looks like Sergeant Coleman.
And what unit is Sergeant Coleman with?
Forensics.
Okay. So by this time, forensics is on the scene.
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, 1205, who is this that you're interacting with?
Assistant Chief Talbert.
And in the next slide, do you see a number of police officers in the blue shirt of the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Who are these other people in the olive drab and tan uniforms?
I think those are the people dealing with the K9, the search dogs.
Okay. And does this depict their arrival at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now I'll move past this slide and move to the next one. What are we seeing in this slide here?
You see detectives and forensics officers talking to each other.
Okay. And they're in the driveway of the house next door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talking over the investigation.
That's correct.
Now, the gentleman in the foreground of this photo closest to us, is that Lieutenant Cheney of the Criminal Investigations Division who you talked about earlier? I'm talking about closest to us.
He in the gray suit.
No, closest to us.
The guy facing us?
With his back to us.
Oh, that's yes, sir. That's
Okay.
Lieutenant Cheney.
So that's Lieutenant Cheney. And who is that in the gray suit in the middle?
That is Chief Hadley.
The Chief of Police for the Chatham County Police
Yes, sir.
Department. Who is that in the green shirt?
That is Captain Wright with the detectives unit.
Now, is it normal for multiple lieutenants, captain, in two assistant chiefs and the chief of police himself to show up to a call?
They show up on calls, how would you say, high profile calls like murders, stuff like that. Missing children and stuff like that. When we did a lot of searching and calling in a lot of resources, they come out to.
So they come when it's important.
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, what time are we at now here?
12:31.
And who is that we see in this slide?
I think it's Detective Lemons.
All right. And what is happening at this time?
This is the front door of the house. The door that they said it was open.
And what's going on?
I'm explaining to her from where I am what they told me and that showing her the area, the room.
She's taking a look in the room.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, in the last slide here, what time are we at here?
12:43.
All right, so this would be almost 3 hours after your original arrival.
Yes, sir.
You got there at 9:54, 12:43, almost 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are we seeing here? What is happening here?
That is Lieutenant Foster, Detective Lemon, Captain Wright, and that is Captain Bandrich. Let me see the other person.
And that's Detective Lemons on the far right.
Yes, sir.
And what is she doing?
I guess they all briefing about the case. They're talking to each other about the case.
Okay. Talking about the plan to take
Yes, sir.
everybody to headquarters and conduct formal interviews.
I think that's what they was doing.
Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant's demeanor. Okay. I want to go back to when you first got there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you responded to missing children calls before?
Yes, sir.
About how many do you think you've responded to if you had to estimate?
You want a number? I can't tell you the
Rough
number.
estimate.
It's been quite a few, sir. Quite a few.
More than 10, less than 10?
Or more than 10.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to observe the demeanor of parents calling in that their child is missing and reaching out to the police for help?
Yes, sir.
What is it normally like?
Most of the time when we get to a residence where a child is missing, mother's upset. She's hysterical. She's crying. She's telling us, "What are you standing here for? Talking to me? You should be out looking for my child. You're wasting time." And just, they're so hysterical. A lot of times you can't talk to them.
Was the defendant like that in this case?
No, sir.
Did you view her demeanor as consistent with that of other parents that you've spoken to in missing children cases?
No, sir, I didn't.
Let me go back to the first slide. I guess it's actually the second slide. Do you see this here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, does it look to you like the defendant is crying?
Look like she's trying to cry.
Is that what it looked like to you that day at the time that she was trying to cry?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that she was actually crying or no?
I mean, there was some, you could see there was some water on her face, but it wasn't like I told you. It wasn't, she wasn't hysterical. She wasn't crying, just crying out when you saw big tears coming out of her.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, in just a moment, Sergeant. Mr. Hilliard may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Stewart, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Sergeant Stewart, you were one of the first ones to respond on the scene that day, correct?
Yes, sir, one of them.
All right. And I'm curious, you said you have 35 years worth of experience in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your 35 years of experience in law enforcement and you arrive on a scene of a crime, what's one of the first things you've been trained to do?
Go up and make contact with the complainant.
Okay. And then what next?
Talk to him, find out what's going on.
Okay. And then what next?
If I need to call in other resources, I do.
Okay. Now, in a case like this where there may have been an abduction that took place or transpired, especially from inside the home, would you secure the scene?
Yes, sir. That's what we had other officers to do that.
Well, we'll get back to that in a minute. So you had officers do that. Which officers were doing that exactly?
Let me see who I had out there. I had quite a few officers out there that day, sir. I know I had Jepson was there after they had searched the house. He came down. And Gormley, he came down.
Okay.
And for you talking about securing the scene, the house?
Yeah. So
Yes, sir.
isn't it normal routine that you secure the scene where there may be some forensic evidence for you to seize or look at?
That's correct.
Okay. And wouldn't securing that scene mean you prevent people from going in or out?
That's correct.
Okay. Wouldn't it also mean that when you send techs in to go ahead and secure or look or search or do something like that, they would actually be wearing gloves or have some sort of bodysuit on so they would not contaminate the scene?
Yes, sir. You talking about the officers that went in and searched
Talking
the house?
about all of the officers that were out there. It seemed like you had an ungodly amount of people out there that day.
That's correct.
Okay. You have still have State's Exhibit in front of you?
Which
State's
one?
Exhibit 3?
This
Can I approach with this?
one? Oh, this one. Okay, I get it.
It's the big exhibit with 27 pictures. Okay. You got 27 pictures here in front of you that Mr. Dean just meticulously went over with, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with number one. Number one was the first one, 954, right? This was literally as you drove up on the scene, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was your body camera operating at that point in time?
It was.
Okay. And this is a still of that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, wouldn't the best evidence of that interaction, rather than your conclusion, be the actual video of that?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, so you arrive on the scene at 9:54 that morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have an interaction. This is what we're looking at in this particular photograph, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, rather than your conclusion being what they put in front of this jury, wouldn't the actual video from that body-worn camera be a better indicator of what actually transpired?
Of what I saw?
Right. But that's not what Mr. Dean offered, was it? He offered your conclusion, correct?
He asked me what I thought.
Right. So let's go to the next one. Picture number 2. Same thing. Rather than the actual evidence, he offered your conclusion, correct?
Objection. Argument.
Sustain.
Let's talk about number 2. That's actually part of the video as well, is it not, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Mr. Dean offer your actual video of that interaction? No, he didn't, did he?
Objection. I would ask that the witness be allowed to testify.
Well, he has to actually testify, Judge. I asked a question and it hung out there. He looked confused, so I'll withdraw it and rephrase it.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant Stewart, these are stills lifted from your body-worn camera from that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've reviewed the body-worn camera, right?
Yes, sir.
It's good video footage, right?
That's correct.
That's the best evidence of what actually transpired that day, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Argument.
I don't think it's argumentative.
And you do have him on cross-examination. However, I think the point is you are asking the sergeant questions about technically best evidence.
I'll rephrase it, Judge. What actually transpired was recorded on your video, correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Dean asked you to state your conclusion about that, correct?
He asked me that I think about this and thing.
Right. So, didn't play the video, did he?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on. Look at picture 4. These 3 particular officers, were these officers there to search?
Yes, sir, they were.
Did they search?
They searched the house.
They went in the house, and I'm just curious, was that before or after this picture?
After.
Okay. Did they don any particular gloves or clothing or anything to protect the scene, or did they just go in and search?
I couldn't tell you, sir, because I was standing here. I was not around the back door. They went in the house.
Well, but you know what you saw. Did you see them do that?
Here, no. When they went out of my sight, I don't know what they did.
Well, okay, well, let's parse this out a little bit then. Did you see them go to, say, I don't know, the back of their car and pull out some gloves?
Most officers carry gloves on their uniform, sir.
Did you see them carrying gloves?
I can't tell you what was in their pocket.
Okay. Well, all right. Did you see them put on any gloves?
I did not.
Did you see them come out and pull any gloves off?
I did not.
So you didn't see him grab any, didn't see him put any on, didn't see him pulling off, but you can't state conclusively that they didn't put any on.
I cannot tell you that.
Okay. Let's look at number 5. These particular 2 officers here, did you see them do that?
You're going through each exhibit from State's Exhibit 3. Do you mean for the photo to correspond on the screen?
Judge, I assume because they've already been tendered, the jury's going to have these.
They're going to have them.
So I really don't care whether they see it right now or not. But. So Sergeant Stewart.
Yes, sir.
These particular 2 officers. Which 2 officers are these again?
Officer Voss and Corporal Jepson.
Same question to them. Did you watch them search?
Officer Voss, no. He stood there and talked to the complainant.
And how about the other officer?
Corporal Jepson? No, sir. I did not see him search inside the house.
So neither one of them went inside the house.
Corporal Jepson did.
Okay. Did he put on gloves when he went in?
I can't tell you that, sir.
And let's go to picture 7. This is, I think it's one of the lieutenants, if I'm not mistaken. Is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
Did he help in the search?
No, sir.
Okay. He stayed outside the whole time.
Yes, sir, as far as I know.
Okay. How about picture 8? These 2 officers. I think one of them Jepson. I don't know who the other one is.
Corporal Jepson and Officer Zerke.
Zerke. Did Zerke help on the search?
Outside of the house.
She searched outside.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's go look at picture number 9. That officer, which officer was that?
Officer Norano.
Okay. And same question for him. Did he help in the search?
He was outside.
Outside?
Yes, sir.
And when you say outside, we're talking about out in the pool area, the RV, all of that area, correct?
Outside of the house.
Not inside the house.
No, sir. I never saw him inside the house. Never told him to go in there.
Now, and I'm curious, is you said it's Miss Brown. She's a CRO, correct?
Yes, sir.
She arrived at 10:22, which is about 30 minutes after you arrived, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
A little bit more than 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, right about 30 minutes. Yes, sir.
35, 40 minutes. Doesn't really matter. Does she normally come out and start taking notes for people?
No, she was requested to come out.
Who requested her? Just out of curiosity.
My lieutenant.
Lieutenant requested the note taker. Okay. Now, so then the next picture is picture 12. It has a detective in it. Did the detective help search?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And picture 13, it looks like it's another detective, Noble, if I'm not mistaken. But is that Detective Noble?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he help search?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. What did he do then?
As far as I know, when he walked up, they was all talking, doing their detective stuff.
Now, and picture 14, I know I should know this officer. Which officer is that?
Thompson.
Thompson. Then what was his duty?
He just came out to assist the lieutenant.
If you had to guess that day, how many people were out there from the time you got there at 9:45 or so till 12:45?
Quite a few people, sir.
A large number of people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, did you say it's an unusually large number of people?
No.
Okay. You said you've been doing this for 35 years. Look at picture 16.
Yes, sir.
Who made the determination to call out the public information officer?
I can't tell you that, sir. I don't know. I didn't request her.
It wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Okay. Is that something you would normally do?
No, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the rest of these pictures, over the course of the 3 hours you were there, is it safe to say that more and more and more and more people showed up?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And where did they focus their search at when they got there?
I don't know where they focused their search. I can tell you where I focused.
So where did you focus your search?
My search was the wooded area behind the house, the roadway south of the residence, and the roadway north of the residence. All the houses around that area.
Okay. Now, what time did the media show up?
Don't know, sir. I didn't see the media.
How long were you there that day?
I was there for quite a while.
It's safe to say 6, 8, 9 hours easily.
At that house, I know it's more than 3 hours.
So you were at the house more than 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't call the media, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And that would not be something you would normally do either, would it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, who was it that called the canine search dogs?
That was something that Lieutenant did.
All right.
Lieutenant Foster.
How many, and I'm just curious, Mr. Dean, how many missing child calls have you ever responded to?
Quite a few, sir, over the time I've been.
10, 20?
I know it's been more than 10.
More than 10?
Yes, sir, it's been more than 10.
Less than 20?
I would think it's been more than 20.
Been more than 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had any specialized training in that area or no?
Searching for children? What area are you talking about?
I would say missing children's investigations.
We've got classes on it.
A class on it?
Some classes, yes, sir.
Some classes on it? Okay. And how long ago was that?
We haven't had anything recent. It's been a while.
10 years?
I think it's less than that.
5 years?
I've
7 years?
I've said 5.
All right. Now, let's talk about when you originally got there. The people that were on scene when you got there was Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, Miss McCarta, and her daughter, correct? 4 adults.
Babysitter.
Excuse me?
The names you called last. Is that the babysitter?
The babysitter and her daughter.
Yes, sir.
So it's 4 adults that you saw when you got there.
Yes, I think it was 4.
Okay. And I have a question for you. What was the first question you asked when you got there?
I asked her what was going on. What was happening? What's going on?
Right. And what were you told?
She told me her child was missing.
Okay. And now you made a distinction here, so I'm going to ask a very specific question. Did you ask if she had an idea of who may have taken the child, or if she had an idea of any suspects?
Well, she kept saying someone took my child. I said, do you have an idea who?
Right. So you asked that question, which is a normal question, right?
Yes, yes.
That's a normal question, right?
Yes,
and she responded to that question, correct? So nothing unusual about that. That's a normal question you'd ask.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Youngkin say anything to you?
He was saying something.
Objection.
I'm not asking what he said. I'm just asking if he said something to him. That's all.
You may proceed.
Right.
He was saying something.
Right. So Mr. Youngkin, you talked to him as well.
He was standing there when I was talking to the lady.
Right. So you were interacting with Mr. Youngkin, Miss McCarter, her daughter, and Miss Simon all at the same time. And they were all standing right there in front of each other. Correct?
The babysitter was, I don't think she was there when I was talking to the lady.
So you pulled them to the side?
No, it's just when I first walked in, I saw her boyfriend, and their little child.
Okay. So that picture, I guess, this right here is what you're describing, with the exception of you can't see the child, right?
Correct.
Right? Okay. So, and was it a few minutes later when it was the babysitter and the daughter and them as well, correct?
That's correct. And Officer Voss was talking to him. I wasn't talking to him. I was standing back.
Okay. Did you write a report in this case, Sergeant Stewart?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to go back and review that report, would that report pretty much contain everything that you have listed right here and everything you testified to here today?
Pretty much.
That's all the questions I have with this witness, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Any follow-up?
There you go.
All right, thank you. Sergeant,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
is there any reason the sergeant should not be excused?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Cody Jepson.
Thank you, clerk. Raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, ma'am. Step this way.
All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Josh.
Mr. Dean.
Say that again?
I was turning to Mr. Dean.
Sorry.
Sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corporal Cody Jepson. Work with the Chatham County Police Department right now.
And how long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
About over 6 years.
And what is your current assignment at the Chatham County PD?
Just basic routine patrol.
When did you join the police department?
Chatham or just in general?
Well, were you with any other police department before Chatham County?
Started with Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department back in October of 2016.
And is that before the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department split into the Savannah Police Department? And the
Correct. It
Chatham
was
County
still
Police
at a
Department?
merged department at the time.
Okay. So after the demerger, you went with Chatham County Police?
A few months after the merger, went over to Chatham County PD.
Did you serve in the military before joining the police force?
I did, sir.
And can you tell us your branch of service?
I was in the Army.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
Cavalry Scout, which is basic reconnaissance, 2-3 man mission teams, go out, seek, and inform.
And what years were you on active duty in the Army?
From 2003 to 2015.
Sometime not too long before you joined the police?
Yes, sir.
What's your current assignment, did you say? Did you say what watch you're on?
I'm on the routine patrol division on Alpha Watch on the west side Chatham precinct.
Alpha Watch is the same thing as A Watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that essentially the day shift or something like that?
It's just the call sign in general. You have 4 watches, Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta, and it's just signed to Alpha Watch.
What hours do you typically work?
5:30 to 1700 on day shift, and then to 1800, and then 1730 to 06 on night shift.
Okay. What particular beat are you assigned to?
It's on numerical basis, and I'm in beat 7, which pretty much goes from Ageechee Road near 516 all the way up to the Berwick area, Lamarville, South Bridge, all the area right in between those 2 areas.
Does beat 7 include the Gerard Buckhalter neighborhood?
It does, sir.
Am I saying Gerard right? Is it Gerard or Gerard?
Everyone pronounces it differently. Gerard, Garriard. I've heard it 15 different ways.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to October 5 of 2022, specifically the morning of that day, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in beat 7
Yes,
Alpha
sir.
Watch that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond along with Sergeant Stewart, Officer Voss, and Officer Gormley to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, you guys didn't all arrive in the same vehicle, did you?
No, sir.
But did you all arrive at substantially the same time, like within a few seconds of each other?
Sergeant Stewart was on scene first, and then myself and Officer Voss arrived right around the same time, and then Officer Gormley came a short time after.
Now, were you present in the driveway for the defendant, Ms. Simon's initial statement to Sergeant Stewart about what was going on and why they had called the police?
I came in right around that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sergeant Stewart task you out with looking in the house for the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you do that?
I did.
Can you describe how that played out? What did you do?
After being tasked to go look around the house, I went inside with permission from I believe the boyfriend at the time, or the brother, one of the two.
Up on the screen right now, it states Exhibit 3, Slide 2. Is that in the orange reflective vest there, the gentleman who gave you permission to search the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyway, go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
So I was in the backyard or back patio area. Asked permission to go inside the house, which he granted. And then after that, went in, and then basically on the first entry, just went through the downstairs area.
And did you find the child in the downstairs area?
No, sir.
Did you ever go back in the house and look anywhere else?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that, please?
When we went back in the second time with Officer Gormley, we conducted a downstairs and upstairs search through all the bedrooms, closets, just the basic go around the house.
Now, when you were looking in the house on these two different occasions that you're talking about, what were you looking for?
Just for any signs of the child, diapers, anything that would kind of lead us to, or sounds to lead us to where a child may be.
First and foremost, you were looking for the child. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yep.
Okay. Now, at some point, did the fellow on the screen here in the orange reflective vest give you a picture of the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And why was that?
Just out of basic necessity, so we can give out to other officers, the PIO for the department, just a basic description of what the individual looks like, basic appearance.
And you mentioned the PIO. Is that the public information officer?
Yes, sir.
And what would she do with a picture of a missing child?
I can't put it on social media for others to see.
See if anybody has seen it around?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point, shortly after your initial arrival, did you approach the defendant and ask her for a clothing description, what the child had been wearing the last time that he had been seen?
Yes, sir.
And did she give one to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
It was a Sesame Street pajama top, and then I believe like a blue gym style shorts.
Okay. And did you have a body worn camera on that thing?
I did.
And did it record that interaction?
Yes, sir.
And your other involvement at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived initially, and she approached Sergeant Stewart and gave this initial kind of blast of information.
Yep.
She said something to the effect of the door having been open, right?
Yep.
Did you go and look at the front door to see what it looked like?
I did.
And at some point after doing that, did you go ask for her, the defendant, for some clarification on what the exact state of the door was at the time that she woke up and saw it open?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you go ask her for that clarification?
Just further knowledge, see if it was, really basically if it was kicked in, broken in, how it was opened, if it was locked, unlocked.
Did you see any of that stuff in the door frame, any damage or anything like that?
I did not, sir.
Okay.
Everything appeared as a door should be.
And other than those interactions with the defendant and searching through the house, what was the remainder of your involvement at the scene? What did it consist of?
So after the basic 15, 20 minutes there, did the two searches of the house. I was asked to walk on to pretty much search around the wooded area. Can't remember the cardinal direction. Pretty much behind the property and the wood line there, going towards Veterans Parkway.
Did you find anything back there?
No, sir. No signs of any disturbance or evidence.
And were you eventually released by Sergeant Stewart or Lieutenant Foster to resume your normal patrol duties?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4 now, please.
I've seen it, Judge.
Okay, so are you seeking to admit that?
Well, I need to lay a foundation.
Go ahead, please.
I've just handed you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 4. Does that disc contain your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know that's what's on it?
Reviewed the footage and then signed, initial, and dated.
And does the footage on that disc fairly and accurately depict the events that you were involved in at the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 4.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to publish just a couple of brief excerpts, Your Honor. The first will be on the timestamp in the top right corner of the file from 09:58 and 2 seconds. And I will note for the record when I stop the playback, this will be about 20 seconds.
What was your son was wearing?
He was wearing Sesame Street, like the color shirt, red and black shorts, red and black jeans shorts.
All right. So I think I asked you earlier about the clothing description, and I recall you saying blue shorts. Having watched that, do you want to revise that answer?
Yeah, it was the red or black shorts.
Red.
I mean, I'm bad with colors just in general, but yeah, it was gym style shorts. So.
Okay. The next bit that I will publish is starting at 10:02:53.
Now, how open was the door? Just about a foot.
Open enough that I see that open my eyes and see it top
I've stopped the playback at 10:03:14 per the timestamp. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Jepson, how long were you on scene that day?
I don't know an actual full time amount.
Just best guess.
I don't believe no more than an hour,
So you just out there for an hour?
give or take.
Okay. And again, but while you were there for that hour, you conducted 2 searches of the houses and at least 1 search of the wood line, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you said you searched in the house, did you go through the entire house?
Me and Gormley kind of broke it up. So I personally didn't go through the entire every inch of the house. But he took a little bit, I took a little bit.
What was the part you took then?
A little bit of the downstairs. I mean, it was a maze to begin with. So some of the downstairs, most of the downstairs, I'm not really too sure. And then a few bedrooms on the upstairs and closets.
All right, well, let's talk about the downstairs. The front door that you walk in is I guess that's the one that's facing Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you walk in, you immediately see the couch, the TV screen, and all that area, correct?
If you're walking in, you have the crib right next to the door. Then to the left, the couch, and the TV on the other side. Yes, sir.
All right. And if you walk further back into the house, does it go back around to another part of the house?
Yes, sir.
And does it come around to the back side of the house?
Eventually.
And how's that? Well, how's that laid out? Is it a maze or?
Yeah, it was a complete maze on the inside. I know they're doing construction, so there was walls everywhere that kind of made you go left when you need to go right, kind of thing.
But let me ask you this, but I'm going to assume it's a normal house, right?
Yeah.
It has windows.
Yes, sir.
The front door is not the only door, is it?
No, sir.
And was there another door?
The back door.
And where does that back door go to?
To the pool back patio area.
Okay. And was that back door unlocked or open?
It was the door. It was open. It was unlocked. Yes, sir.
Okay. And whenever you went and I guess worked your way through the downstairs, did you notice anything of any importance?
At the time, no, sir.
Any contraband?
No, sir.
Any weapons?
No, sir.
Okay. Any, I guess, biological material?
I didn't see any, sir.
Okay. So, and you went through and searched the house twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you go upstairs and search as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume you went outside and searched the outside areas as well, correct?
Yes, sir. In the wood line.
And were you the only one searching, or were there other people searching too?
There's a few of us. Are you talking about inside or outside?
Both.
Yeah, I know me and Gormley did the inside. I can't say if anyone else came in after us. And then on the back, there's several officers looking through the wood line.
Okay. And again, I know you're only there for a short time, but I'm just talking about what you saw. But there were a number of officers searching both inside and outside, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it safe to say that over that period of time, as time wore on, more people came, or?
Yeah, more people. More officers came, yeah.
So the numbers of people walking around doing the searching and in and out of the scene increased over the time you were there, not decreased?
Correct.
If you remember, and if you don't, that's fine too. Had the forensic tech showed up yet, or no?
No, sir.
Okay, so these are all officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But not forensic technicians or people who are trained to collect evidence?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Officer Jepson.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, any redirect?
One moment, please.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness cannot be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're excused.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This right here.
Just leave it right there.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Before we call the next witness, is everybody good? Okay. Yeah. I think I needed a break too. So let's break for 15 minutes. It's 3:15. Let's be back at 3:30.
You're exiting?
All right. We're on break until 3:30.
All right, let me see. Why is it? Let's refresh it. All right, let me see. Oops.
Is there only one in there? Okay. I know. That's still pushing it.
Court TV's not back, but thank you, reality. Woo! I just ran up the stairs. Let me see if Court TV. Nope. They got the mics muted for a minute. I think the jury's coming in. I had 2 kids when married. I'll turn on the camera and all that in just a minute. She's not showed any emotion this entire time. Oh, do I see Karen? Oh, dang it. The judge is so beautiful. She's such a beautiful woman. She keeps her hair really pretty. Beautiful, beautiful woman. Okay, here we go. Whoops. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
No, this is not a death case, no.
Is there only one in there? Okay. I know. That's still pushing it.
Story of past. Did I get some snacks? Yeah. Always. Always snacks. Yeah, I think she's going to get life without parole. I don't think she'll ever get out. She might get like 40 to life. But I think this prosecutor is going to put the final nail in. Yep, when we have court like this, you got to have snacks. Snacks and coffee and tea or soda. All of that. As long as they add 1,000 years. Yeah. It just saddens me that, oh, I love rice pudding. I want a rice pudding recipe. I've never made it, but one of my girlfriends used to make me big bowls of rice pudding. I agree. It's just sad that, Quinton should be here right now. He should have had 100 years on this earth or close to it. And you know what? It's sad that a mother did this to her child and destroyed her child's life, her life,
Solomon,
family's
please have a
life.
seat.
Here we go. I'll be right here in just a
Thank you. I think everyone needed that break.
All right, Chief.
And Mr. Dean, the state may call its next witness.
Sean Wilkins.
Sean Wilkins.
Sean Wilkins to the office, please. Sean Wilkins to the office. Thank you, Sean.
Face the clerk, raise your right hand. Do you have an answer check of the court and the jury, the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So let me know. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Sean Wilkins, SHAWN. My last name is Wilkins, WILKINS.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir? Where do you live now?
Currently, I live in Uxbridge, Massachusetts.
Did you travel down here for this trial?
I did, yes.
And where are you from originally?
I'm from Uxbridge, Massachusetts originally.
Okay, so you've gone home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm currently employed as a public safety officer for Bryant University.
Okay. And is that in Massachusetts?
That is in the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, got it. Were you previously a police department with the Chatham County Police Department, or a police officer with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were the years that you were with the Chatham County Police?
If I recall correctly, I started in March of 2021 and ended in July of 2023.
So you've since left the department and moved back to your hometown?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. During your time with the Chatham County Police Department, what assignments or positions did you hold in order, if you can remember?
Yes. So I started off as a patrolman, graduating the academy. After about a year of service, I applied to the CID, the detective division, and I was granted the position, I believe, in late September of 2022. And then I went back to patrol in February of 2023, where I remained until I left.
Now, you said the detectives division has an acronym CID. What does that stand for?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. So you mentioned you got to CID as a detective in, I think, September of 2022?
Yes, sir.
So as of October of 2022, were you working for the Chatham County Police Department as a detective?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you, on the morning of October 5th, 2022, respond to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, did you conduct an interview with the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And do you see her sitting in the courtroom today?
That I do, yes, sir.
Can you identify her by an article of clothing or where she's sitting, please?
She is currently in the table to the right of you, sitting down with the glasses on right there.
Witness has identified the defendant. Now, were you first on the scene for the detectives?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were the first detective to arrive there.
That is correct, yes.
Bunch of other police officers, but you're the first detective.
Yes.
And when you got there, what was the first thing you did? Did you walk right up to her and start talking to her, or did you get some background, or what?
No, I did not. At first, when I arrived on scene, I believe I was briefed by Lieutenant Foster, just giving a short synopsis of what the call was about. And then I would say approximately 5 minutes after that is when I engaged in a conversation with the defendant.
Now I'm displaying on the screen a slide from State's Exhibit 3, and I think it is slide 12, although the number's kind of difficult to make out. Do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes, that is me.
That's you wearing the dark colored jacket?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster to your left in real life, but to the right in the photograph?
Yes, sir. That does appear to be Lieutenant Foster.
Now, would this image reflect the approximate time of your arrival at the scene and getting briefed by Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir. That is what appears to be happening. Yes.
All right. So going off of the timestamp, what time would that have been?
The timestamp reflects 10:44 a.m.
Does that sound right to you?
That does, yes.
Okay. And you said it was only maybe 5 minutes after this that you spoke to the defendant.
I would say so, yes, sir.
And where was it that you talked to her?
If I do recall correctly, I had gone through the back gate to where the defendant was at the time.
Are you referring to the swimming pool area, patio area in the back?
Roughly.
Okay. Who was out there at the time?
I would say the defendant, her brother, Mr. Paul, and her fiance, Mr. Daniel.
Okay. Did you separate the three of them to conduct your interviews?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ultimately end up talking to all three of them on the same?
Ultimately, yes, I did at one point or another speak to all three, yes.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you specifically about your interview with the defendant. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask her when the last time she had seen her child was?
That I did, yes, sir.
And what did she say to that?
If I recall correctly, the defendant explained that she had gone to bed at approximately midnight that evening, and yes, that is approximately midnight that evening.
And was she putting that out there as the last time she had seen her child, Quinton, I should say, the missing child, sometime before she went to bed at midnight?
Yes, sir. When I had asked that question, I believe I did ask if she remembers putting Quinton down at that time. Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you when she had woken up in the morning?
I believe she explained that she woke up at 9 a.m. that next morning.
So in this initial interview with you, the first detective on scene, she's putting herself in bed around midnight. Last time she saw Quinton was before that, and has herself waking up at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Was your interview with the defendant audio recorded?
Yes, I did use an audio.
Good old midnight, huh?
For our interview on scene.
Did you have a body-worn camera at that time?
I do not believe I did at that time, no.
And is that because detectives didn't have body-worn cameras at that point?
Not normally. We did not wear body-worn cameras normally in our uniform.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 5?
That I do. That is correct.
Okay. And do you know what's on that disc?
I believe it is that audio recording from that morning with the defendant.
And have you listened to the contents of that disc, at least in part, to verify that that's what it is?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with her at the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as State's Exhibit 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 5, is it ready?
And Your Honor, at this point, I'll publish a brief portion from the beginning of this recording. I'm going to start at the very beginning of the recording, and I'll state for the record when I stop the playback.
So when's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do
It
you
was
remember?
around 12.
12?
Or 12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them up too.
So and then I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open. So I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check on my kids, and he was gone. All the rest were there. He was gone.
It's all right. It's all right. Take some deep breaths.
Stone face.
That was actually a 34-second clip that I cut out of the larger file that was admitted, and I'll make it clear for the court reporter and the clerk at some point on a break what portion of the larger file was actually played.
Thank you. Any issues you have?
No issues, Judge.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, did you go to headquarters that day for follow-on interviews with involving the defendant, Daniel Youngkin and Paul Simon?
Yes, I did. That is correct.
And were you paired up with an FBI agent to participate in these interviews?
I was, yes.
And do you remember who you were paired up with?
I do have my report here. If I could look at that just to remember the name.
Sure, if that would refresh your memory.
Yes, I was paired up with FBI Special Agent Taylor Burns.
And who did you all interview of the three?
The defendant's brother, Paul.
Okay. Now, sometime over the coming days, were you asked to submit a request to Verizon for phone records associated with a phone number for
Oh, thank you,
Henry
troopers.
Ross Jr.?
Yes, I was.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
There's a paper form that we were sent by the cell phone carrier in which I fill out the identifying information, such as the name that the number is registered to, the actual phone number, and I believe a time frame in which the records that we are requesting are needed.
And did you submit that request to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
And did they produce responsive records to you in response to that request?
Yes, sir, they did.
How do they give those to you? Do they mail them to you in the mail or email them or what?
I believe it was an email, sir.
Okay. And when you got those records, did you forward those to the lead investigator, Marion Lemons, who's here in court with us?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
probably on an antidepressant and the carbs that they give him in jail.
Mr. Wilkins, how long have you been in law enforcement?
I was employed as a police dispatcher in Holliston, Massachusetts for approximately 3 years. After that, in 2021 is when I was employed with the Chatham County Police
Antidepressants for
Department for
anxiety.
about 2.5 years.
So from like 2018 to 2021, you're a police dispatcher. I guess you moved down here and were
Patrolman at that time.
patrolman at
He
Chatham
looks like a
County.
nice guy.
Yes, and then transitioned into detective role in September of 2022.
And you were a detective from September and then went back to patrol in February?
That is correct, yes.
I was just curious. That's kind of a short time. Why?
I just didn't feel fulfilled, I guess, at in the detective unit.
So, and then when did you move back to Massachusetts?
So I left the detective unit in February of 2023 and was on patrol. And then I would say in July of 2023 is when I moved back to Massachusetts.
All right. So you've been up there about 15 months, a little bit more at this point in time.
I think that's fairly accurate.
You said you had a conversation with Ms. Simon at the patio area. And I believe Mr. Simon was there, Paul Simon was there, and was anyone else present?
I believe the defendant's fiance at the time, Daniel, was there. I don't remember how close in proximity he was, though.
Any children there?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Any children there?
I can't recall.
Okay. How about any other adults?
There were a few adults. I think I talked to them sparingly after the interviews with the three, but I can't recall their relation to the defendant off the top of my head.
And how long were you on the scene that day? We're talking October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you actually on scene that day at 535 Buckhalter Road?
From my arrival at 10:44 in the morning, I believe we didn't leave, if memory serves me correctly, maybe 5 or 6 p.m. Again, that's a ballpark estimate, though.
So at least 7 or 8 hours.
Roughly, yes, sir.
And when you did leave, my understanding is, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand, but when you did leave 7 or 8 hours later, it was to go to the police station and conduct interviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So it wasn't like you just went home. You were there for 7 or 8 hours, and then you went and did an interview, correct?
No, sir. There was no downtime between leaving the scene and going to the station.
And that's kind of what I was getting to. Now, while you were on the scene for those 7 or 8 hours, Was it an increasing number of people that were arriving on the scene?
I would
Thank you,
say
Vice
more resources had arrived on scene in an attempt to find Quinton at that time, yes.
So the number of people kept going up during that 7 or 8 hour period.
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, was this all of your involvement in the case, to the best of your recollection?
Outside of my initial on-scene interview with the defendant and the interview with Paul Simon and what Mr. Dean had asked me of the cell phone records, in terms of major involvement, yes. After that, I was moved to more of a supportive role, where I was just there to help as a body mostly.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. On the day that you were there on October 5th, did you conduct any of the searches on the house or anything like that while you were there?
Not any of the in-depth searches to my recollection. It was the interviews, conversations with the other detectives that had arrived on scene, and then the interviews shortly after.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dean?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused.
You may.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
Kiana Robbins.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Step this way, ma'am.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
It's Kiana, K-E-I-A-N-A, Robbins, R-O-B-B-I-N-S.
And where do you work?
With Chatham County Police Department.
What is your position there?
Currently a detective.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
6 years.
And did you work with any other police departments prior to starting with the Chatham County Police Department?
No, sir.
What assignments have you had at the Chatham County Police Department before becoming a detective?
I was on patrol for 3 years.
Okay. So that would put you joining the detectives
January of 2022.
January of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Now, were you on duty as a detective on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Where were you and what were you doing?
I was at the Islands Precinct, located at 54 Johnny Mercer Boulevard, in our detective's office at my desk.
Now, is that a ways away from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, it's about 30 minutes, give or take, 45.
Is that where your office is located?
Yes.
The Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
Is that where all the detectives' offices are located for the department, or are y'all spread out?
That's our main office. We don't have any other offices at any other precincts.
Okay, so the CID offices, if I'm understanding you correctly, are in the Islands Precinct on Johnny Mercer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you become involved at some point that day in the investigation of the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the scene yourself that day, 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
When roughly did you go there?
Around 6 o'clock, I believe, that evening, after getting a search warrant signed.
Okay, so you didn't go there till the evening, till after the search warrant was signed for your residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, earlier, before that, were you nevertheless still involved from your desk at the Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, were you asked, or did you just decide to run the defendant's name, Leilani Simon, and see whether there were any vehicles registered to her that you can see in your system.
I was asked by the detectives on scene.
Okay. And how did they ask you? Over the radio, cell phone, or what?
Through text.
Okay. So who was on the scene at that point that may have asked you to do that, if you remember?
I believe it was Detective Noble and Detective Wilkins.
Okay. So one or both of them asked you to run her name and see about vehicle registrations.
Yes, sir.
And did you see that any particular vehicle was registered to her?
I believe that there was a Dodge Journey registered to her.
Do you remember the tag number for the Dodge Journey?
Yes, it was TEN9300.
And is that a Georgia
OMG.
tag?
Yes, sir.
You're part of the Bible's history. That's cool. It's a lot, trust me.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
It appears to be a license plate reader from Flock.
Yes.
Okay, a flock camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict what a typical flock camera looks like?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this in as State's Exhibit 6.
No objection, Judge. I've already seen it.
It's in it.
And may I ask, rather than putting this up on the screen, if it could just be published by passing it to the jury?
That's fine, Judge.
And would the court like for me to do that, or would the court prefer that a deputy do that?
What does the state wish to do?
I'm fine.
Are these photos?
It's just a single photograph.
It's just one picture, Judge.
Okay. So you can-
Thank you. Now, what is a flock camera and what is the flock system?
So essentially, it's a license plate reader that is stationed throughout different areas throughout the U.S. The Flock system is made only public to law enforcement agencies, so you have to have a username and a password through your agency to actually use the system.
This trial's supposed to last 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3
Yes,
weeks.
sir.
Roughly how many of these cameras are there scattered around Chatham County? Off the top of your head, I'm not looking for a firm number.
About 300.
And do you have access to the information from all of those?
Yes.
Do you have access to information from flock cameras in other places?
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
So essentially what it is the agency, say if we're here in Georgia, an agency in California can put us on their permissions list. And then what we can do is just add it or do what we call a hot list, which means say if there's a vehicle that you're looking for, if you have the tag, you can put it in the system and then it'll alert those individuals who are on the hot list. So I would have to say if I'm the owner of the hot list, I can add you as a user to see what the vehicle and where it hits at.
Now, what do these cameras do when a car drives by and the license plate comes into the field of view of the camera?
It just takes a picture of the license plate and the back of the vehicle.
And are those images maintained in the flock database that you have access to?
Yes, I think they hold for about 30 days.
And does it tell you the location of the camera that took the picture?
Yes, sir.
And you can see the picture itself?
Yes, sir.
Does it tell you the time that that picture was taken by that camera?
Yes.
Do you have the ability to, after the fact, search for a particular tag number in the flock database and see what, if any, cameras in the area or in other locations that you have permissions for, the vehicle's tag has been photographed by?
Yes, sir.
And once you had this tag for the defendant's car, Georgia TEN 9300,
yes, sir.
Did you look it up in the flock system?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing this on October 5th, the morning of, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you see any results of note to you?
Yes, it showed that the vehicle hit multiple times from the late night of October 4th until the morning of October 5th.
All right. And so you were able to look at this and see, gosh, it looks like this car has been out driving around?
Yes, sir.
Now, with that information, did you relay that to officers on scene?
Yes.
Who specifically do you remember relaying it to?
I contacted Lieutenant Foster.
Okay. And was he the on-scene commander at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you told him, hey, I'm seeing flock hits late at night for this car.
Yes, and then I sent him a screenshot of my computer screen of the multiple hits on the flock camera.
And how did you send that to him?
Through text message.
Okay. Had you just taken a picture of your computer screen?
Gypsy.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sent that to him?
Yes.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor. You mentioned going out to the residence after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence.
Yes,
Who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
What do you have to do to get a search warrant?
You have to get the information you need from the detectives or whoever's on scene. Essentially type up the search warrant and then submit it to your supervisor. The supervisor then approves or rejects it. Once it is approved, you would reach out to the judge who's on call or who's available. And then at that point, you send them the warrant. Once they find a probable cause, and they'll sign it and then send it back to you to Cloud Gavel.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
All right, could you take a look at State's Exhibit 7, please? Is that a copy of the search warrant that you obtained for 535 Buckhalter Road on October 5th?
Yes.
I would introduce this in as State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's submitted.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just one or two, Judge.
Detective Robbins, you secured the search warrant and you looked at the flock camera, and that was pretty much the beginning and end of your involvement in the case?
For the most part, yes, sir.
And did you ever respond to the scene that day or no?
To 535 Buckhalter?
Yes.
Yes, that evening around 6 o'clock p.m.
Yeah. How long were you there?
Up until maybe 8 or 9, and then I went to the West Chatham Annex, which is where our property room is located.
That's all the question I got. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
Eugene Foster.
If the clerk can raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury of the trial. This issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Thank you. Step this way, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Eugene Foster. My first name is spelled Yujean. Last name is Foster, Foster.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
I currently live in Statesboro, Georgia.
And what do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm a retired police lieutenant, and I am currently working full-time at International Paper.
What are you doing for International Paper?
I'm a chemical operator.
Okay. And when did you retire as a police officer?
March of 2023, I retired.
And was that from the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any side jobs now in addition to International Paper?
Yes, sir. I guess I didn't have enough to do, so I work part-time at the Chatham County Sheriff's Office as a police instructor.
As a police instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of topics do you instruct on?
I'm a level 3 instructor, so pretty much any topic out there I can teach. I teach driving, use of force, firearms, defensive tactics, legal issues, everything.
Now, at the time that you retired from the Chatham County Police Department, how many years of service did you have as a police officer?
Almost 27 years.
The next break that they have, I'll show you that paranormal video. Looks like
oddly
a
enough,
little
in
kid
'96
running
I
across
started
the
with the
yard.
Chatham County SO, and then
The sheriff's office?
yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Chatham County Sheriff's Office, and then I laterally transferred to the original Chatham County Police Department, and then we merged with the City of Savannah Police Department, which became the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department. And then in 2017, we had demerged, and I went back with the Chatham County Police Department.
Now, I don't necessarily want to ask you about every assignment that you held during your career as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing it's probably a lot of different things, correct?
Luckily, I was able to do various things.
Did you have, I guess, any experience as a detective specifically?
Yes, sir. For over 7 years, I was in detectives, and I was I was in auto vehicle theft, and then I went to violent crimes. I was in robbery, homicide, and during those 7 years, and I was also for a short period of time in an undercover unit.
And was that with the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dealing with robberies and homicides?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you've been a detective before and did it for quite a while?
Yes, sir.
All right. On October 5, 2022, were you working?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position and assignment at that point?
I was the West Side Watch Commander for the Chatham County Police Department.
And who was your immediate subordinate in that role?
At that time, it was Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
Okay, so it goes Sergeant Stewart, and then next up the chain of command is you, Lieutenant Foster.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you at some point that morning respond to 535 Buckhalter in response to a missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were not the first on scene, were you?
No, I was not.
Who else was there at the time that you got there? And I'm not asking for names, just broadly speaking, who was there, what was going on?
The initial officer was there, which again, I'm not sure which one it was. I'd have to go back and look. But Sergeant Stewart was already on scene. And when I got there, he started briefing me on what he had already initially found out.
Okay. So you show up and you get briefed by Sergeant Stewart. At that point, do you become the senior man on scene, the on-scene commander?
At that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And the story that was given initially was that the defendant had woken up at around 9 and the front door was open, right?
That was what I was initially told, yes, sir.
Did you take a look at that door?
I did.
Can you tell us what you remember about that door, if anything?
I remember actually checking the function of the door and actually opening it and closing it. And I realized that it wasn't something that was easily opened, and it wasn't necessarily a door that was quiet per se. When it opened, it made noises.
Are you describing like kind of a sticky door that you have to pull hard to open?
It required a little bit of.
Push hard to open, whatever the case may be.
Yes, sir. It required a little bit of force.
Did you have any contact with Detective Kiana Robbins? Well, not necessarily at the scene, but while you were at the scene, did you have some form of contact with her?
Yes, sir. If I remember correctly, I got a phone call from her. And while I was trying to assess everything and trying to allocate resources to potentially figure out what happened, I got a call, at which time she told me that the defendant's vehicle was seen on the flock camera the night before. going down Ageechee Road and then coming back down Ageechee Road.
Now, did you do anything with that information once you had it?
She's literally falling
Yes.
asleep.
Once I found that out, because I think when Sergeant Stewart briefly told me they had said that they had went to bed at a certain time the night before, I went back to her because then some just kind of got a little feeling. So I went back and I asked her. I said, at any point, did you ever leave the house for any reason? And then she told me no twice. She said, no, never left. I said, okay. I said, could maybe, maybe you went somewhere or anything? She said, no. So once she told me no, that kind of threw up another flag for me. I became concerned about that. And I remember talking to her in the backyard or back
She is.
porch area.
The camera
And
caught
I
her.
asked her, I said, could anyone, you sure you didn't leave the house? And then she said, oh, wait, I do remember I went up, I don't recall the address. It's the convenience store right in front of 4711 Ageechee Road, which is the same mobile home park. She had said that she went up there to get some Orajel. And she said that she went up there and then she tried to show me her phone. And she said, matter of fact, I went up there at such and such time, and it's in my report, and I came back. And I was back home at about 1:25. And the odd thing, because I remember
Trying to
asking
get
her,
away with her child's murder.
could anybody have possibly followed you home or anything like that when you left? Because, I mean, you're claiming that somebody came and took your child. Could somebody have possibly, maybe your ex-husband, somebody? She said, no, and that's when she told me about the Orajel. The concerning part about that to me was I've worked that area close to 27 years. That convenience store has never been open past midnight.
Now, did you as a lieutenant have a body-worn camera on that day?
No, sir. It wasn't required not by our policy for me to have one.
And is that because, I guess, as a lieutenant, you're not typically the one out there making first contact with a complainant or a suspect? So you just don't need it like a patrol officer does?
Correct. I'm usually after the fact.
Okay. But in any case, this last conversation that you're referring to, wherein she gave you the Orajel, the Chevron Orajel story or the convenience store Orajel story, was that captured on somebody's body worn camera?
I believe on one of my officers' body cams, yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as States Exhibit 8?
I do.
Do you know what is on this disc?
This is the body-worn camera video of, if I remember correctly, EPO Gormley.
Okay. And does that particular excerpt that's on that disc capture the exchange that you've just described? The asking her again, hey, are you sure you didn't go anywhere last night? And her telling you about this trip and giving you the story about what it was for. Is that what's on there?
It is, because I think APO Gormley was back there with the family when I came up. He was already back there. And I had asked her, I said, in any way, did you ever leave the home the night before at any time and where somebody could have followed you back home and possibly come and took your child? And she said no. And then that's when she came and advised me of the incident to go get Orajel, and that's when she showed me her phone, tried to show me her phone where the track of her phone, where she went, and she even told me exactly what time she came back home, and she was looking at her phone, and she told me 1:25 a.m. I was like, okay.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
When you had this exchange, whether it's captured on Gormley's body cam, this was on the patio in the back pool area?
Yes, sir. It was actually on the back patio, back porch area right next to the pool.
And was it the defendant was obviously there because she's the one that you're talking to, right?
Yes, sir.
Was her boyfriend or fiance Daniel Youngkin there?
He was, and I believe so was her other children were there.
And what about her brother, Paul Simon? Is he there?
There was a family member. I don't know exactly what his name because I don't remember talking to him. So if that was his name, it may have been. But I do remember there was another male family member there.
And what was Gormley doing? I mean, you mentioned that this was caught on his body cam. What was he doing back there with the three of them?
He was standing with them because I believe at that point I had already instructed the officers to research the house again, looking for Quinton, just to make sure that maybe he wasn't hiding anywhere or anything of that nature for this type of cases, just to double check.
And for that, at this point, did you want these 3 people out of the house so the scene would be secure?
Basically, I had everybody who was in the house that was there out just to have the officers go and look for the child.
And Gormley's back there just kind of keeping an eye on the 3 of them?
Correct.
Your Honor, I don't know whether I've done it yet, but I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 8.
Mr. Hilliard?
What is it, Judge? I guess it's the Gormley's body cam?
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, it's admitted.
May I now publish this, Your Honor?
Ugh. 27 degrees. It's insanity. Troopers, I just got that email. Hey, Nosy, good to see you, babe. I know, it's been a long time, hasn't it? It's been a long time. Troopers, I just saw that email. Goodness gracious. It's 96 in Phoenix right now. You're so lucky. You're so lucky.
Before I play this, can you tell us now that we've got this up, can you tell us to the minute what time this exchange was at?
12:12 in the afternoon on the 5th of October.
Thank you.
This is the backyard.
10 patients for sale. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something like that? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, did you maybe you yourself?
Yeah, I know. I could have got my tooth pulled yesterday, so about 2 maybe. I went to go to Oregon. That was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning. Why? Because I couldn't go to sleep.
She's got that baby. She's got the baby in her arms.
Right up the road right here, got Chevron. I met my friend that I used to work with. She got Oregon because they didn't have any extra okay when I called.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we maybe was at home? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly the time.
Yeah, we had
Was it even 2? I was talking 125.
At 125?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
And you went where?
Right to next to that Chevron.
Oh, the 40 over here on, and right here on.
Right up the road, because I used to work at Bojangles, so I had a girl named Misty that.
I got a bar over for the canine. Okay, give me just a second. Yeah.
I had there's a girl named Misty that I used to work with that had dental problems as well, so I got in contact with her and asked her if she had Oreo, because when I called Circle K, they said they didn't have any.
Okay.
Don't seem like nothing's wrong with her, does it?
Did you go back out at all anytime with the car?
When I did get back, there was a car, which is why that lady mentioned it, whatever. I was thinking that maybe the car was for people across the street, but it was another little gray car sitting out front of the house.
Okay.
So I was thinking it was for across the street from the neighbors. So I don't know.
So you said you got home about 1:30?
Yes, it's 1:25 a.m. was the exact time that I got on my phone for almost 12 minutes.
Okay, all right. Nobody followed me, right?
No.
Dad, Paul. They're just going to ask you about.
You mentioned
Liar, liar.
I want to make sure I heard you right. That there were before she told you about this trip at one whatever it was. That
Yep.
she had previously she had given a time.
He's
that she
good
went to
looking,
sleep,
isn't he,
she had given
Kathy?
a time that she had woken up.
He's very
And I
handsome.
think you said that she had twice told you that she didn't leave the house, didn't go anywhere during that time window. Is that right?
That's correct.
Not once, but twice.
Correct.
Now, are those statements captured in this exchange, or are you talking about some other statement she made to you earlier, not captured on camera?
There was an other, and I believe when I first got there, I asked him what happened. And I believe that's the first time when she told me what time they went to sleep. And then on this time, I asked again after I had gotten a phone call from Detective Robbins, where they told me that her vehicle was seen on the flock camera system. That's when I went back to her and said, did you ever leave the house? And as soon as I approached her with it, the first thing she said was no. And then next thing you know, she said it. She shook her head again, and then she went, "Oh, wait a minute, the aura job."
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time, long after October 5th, but into later in the eventual landfill search that was a part of this investigation. Now, were you a part of the landfill search?
From the very beginning.
And what was your role or roles, I guess?
I had multiple roles. We were there to set up the initial site to start the search of the trash that was there. I was there prior to us starting the search.
Absolutely
We were
sunset.
there getting equipment. Logistically speaking, I was there to make sure the equipment was there, resources, fueling the vehicles, making sure water was up there, bringing food. I mean, I was kind of a jack of all trades on that.
Were you involved in ensuring that there was enough PPE for all the searchers?
Yes, sir. I was part of that along with another individual from the department. We ended up setting up all the PPE in order to make sure everybody was safe while they were going through this potentially biohazardous material.
Are you in Antarctica?
I'm sorry. And were you there for every day of the landfill search?
I was there every day.
Okay. What were the hours of the landfill search on any given day?
We would honestly, we literally, myself and another lieutenant,
Yes,
showed up
Allison.
prior to everybody showing up. We were there at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we did not leave easily until 5 in the afternoon, 5:30 in the afternoon. And the only time I actually left is when we had a uniformed security, a uniformed police officer coming to do security of the landfill site after hours.
Tell me about the after hours security plan at the landfill.
We usually traditionally broke down about 4:30, 5 o'clock to clean everybody up, decontaminate everybody. And then once all the searchers were bust out, I was the last person there waiting for the relief uniformed officer to come there and sit on the site. That way we had security there at the site 24/7. Somebody from the police department had eyes on that site 24/7 from the time that we started to the time that we ended.
And are you talking about the entrance to the landfill on Little Neck Road, or are you talking about inside the landfill at the search area specifically, or both?
But there was security at the entrance of the landfill, but that was done by the city of Savannah because that was their area.
I got kicked out. I know. He's right.
The
Almost went to jail.
excuse me, the volunteers and the people who were assigned to the search was actually done by Chatham County Police personnel.
Okay. Was the area kept well lit at night?
Yes, sir. We actually had floodlights that came on. The officers were instructed to turn them on when it got dark. Sometimes when we were still there, I would have them turned on before the officer even got there.
And what was the point of all this?
So we could have visibility of the area at all times. That way there would be no chance, any way, shape, or form that area could be contaminated by somebody other than the law enforcement searchers who were involved and police personnel. And of course, waste management personnel that were allowed to do that.
Now, did you pull that overnight security duty?
I was just filming the entrance. That's all.
Times I had to, yes.
And what did that involve for you?
They were
Basically being in a
mean.
marked unit, being in a uniform, sitting there, looking at the landing where the
I know, Nosy. It's sad.
trash was brought to. I hate to say it that way, but trash was brought there to be searched, and looking at the site where they were actually pulling from to bring down to the landing. We had all that lit up to where you could actually see the whole thing.
Do you remember, were you present on the day that Quinton's remains were finally found?
Unfortunately, yes, it was.
And what were you doing?
Oh, you can see he's getting emotional.
What were your duties on that day?
Again, from based off of the logistics part and setting everything up and all that, while we were there and they were searching, we were actually stationed by, and every time something of significance was found, they alerted us. And then they would bring whatever certain items that they found and took it over to the forensic anthropologist to review.
And was that the last day of the landfill search?
Yes.
Overall, how many days would you say that you were out? You may not remember off the top of your head, but roughly how long did this landfill saga last for?
I remember it was
I like carving Wilkins.
after previous Thanksgiving, I think approximately 4 weeks. It was a very extended search.
Now, we've heard testimony.
He's emotional. You can tell.
From Sergeant Stewart and maybe to you from some degree, that initially, the initial response to the scene on October 5th,
yes,
that there were search efforts focused in the house and in the areas around the house, the wooded areas, bodies of water, and so forth. Is that a normal protocol, the normal protocol for a missing children's call?
Yes, in the event that we don't immediately find the child. When I was there, I was the incident commander, so we were figuring out what happened from the initial story that we got, just to make sure that we covered all our bases and everything that happened. We initiated a further search pattern out that I had to coordinate, and we started getting volunteers. We contacted SEMA. SEMA got involved. A lot of resources were brought in to try to attempt to
Lots of people.
locate little Quinton.
Now, when we're talking about young children, the missing child call pertaining to a young children, is it fair to say that the typical situation is the child is just eventually found nearby, either in the house, in a closet or something like that, or in the woods 50 yards away?
Luckily, in my experience, very few times have we had a situation where for an extended period of time that we lost a child. A lot of times in situations of children this young, they're usually hiding somewhere. Not to go off tangent here, but I mean, we've actually had one where the child was sleeping under a bunch of blankets, and that's when we ended up finding them 30 minutes later. But they usually are found within the house or within the immediate area of the house relatively soon, luckily. Unfortunately, in this case, it didn't end up being that way.
Now, Sergeant Stewart has testified that one of the first things he did when he got there and got an initial statement was simply send a couple officers into the house to look for Quinton. Based on what you've just told us, does that seem to you to have been a sound approach, at least initially?
Yes, sir, because traditionally when a child is lost, usually the parents or family members are hysterical for the simple fact that, I can't find my child. So they tend not to search as well as a reasonable minded officer would when he comes to the scene and knows what to look for. So yes, that is a normal protocol. Well, let us check the house. Maybe we'll find them. And that's what was initially done.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you. Lieutenant Foster, how many people were searching at the landfill over the course of that 5 or 6 week period?
Easily between 20 to 30 a day.
And so let's say how many days? 45 days, let's say. So 20 or 30 a day times 45 days, that's a lot of people in there.
Correct.
Okay. In and out. And that's not counting everybody else who's coming in and out of the landfill in normal routine business, correct?
Correct, but the majority of the searchers were the same.
I don't think I had a question before you. Did I?
He's such a jerk. You didn't let him finish, asshole.
Don't believe
There wasn't a question.
So, Mr. Hilliard, I'm going to ask that you move on.
So Lieutenant Foster, so there was, I'd say, easily hundreds of people in and out of that place during this time frame, correct?
Not hundreds, no.
Not during the course of these several weeks?
Not hundreds, no.
Okay. Thousands in?
No, not thousands.
So if you had 20 or 30 people a day times 45 days, okay, is it the same 20 or 30 people every day?
Majority.
That's what he was getting to, you dummy.
Not every day.
Not every day, no.
So it was different people.
Sometimes.
Okay. So that being said, this is a dump, correct?
It is a dump.
And you have a number of people coming in conducting normal business, and you have a number of people coming in conducting searching, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate statement?
That is fair and accurate.
Okay. And you said a minute ago that you were genuinely, you didn't think that you were trying to protect against contamination at a dump site with all these people in and out of it.
Correct.
Is that genuinely what you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, that being said, at 535 Buckhalter Road, how many people were there on October 5th?
My entire west side, so we're talking 6 to 7 officers, my sergeant, myself, and then once we really started doing the search, command staff, federal authorities. But as far as going into the house, it was pretty much my officers, myself, and then the investigators that I know of.
So I guess it's a fair number of people that day at least. Okay. So now we just watched this little bit of video right here. You asked a question, but what the question that you asked, because that was you asking the question on that video, correct? That wasn't Officer Gormley.
Absolutely.
Right. So it was Gormley's cam, but it was you asking the question, right?
Yes.
And the question that I heard was, you asked if she went anywhere with the kids, and she said no. Okay. Was that the question that you asked?
I asked both. I mean, did you go anywhere? And then I asked, if you watch it again, I asked the second time, did you go anywhere with the kids?
Right.
And she first said she didn't go anywhere. No, was the answer, no. And then did you ask if she went anywhere with the kids? She said no.
Right.
And then, if I recall correctly from a few minutes ago, she said that she had to go get some orange gel.
Right. But this was at noon on October 5th, if I'm not correct. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So, now, and I didn't understand because it was a little confusing to me, so correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Dean then asked you if there was a prior statement to this, or if this was the statement that you were referring to. And I wasn't really sure what your answer was. Is this the statement that you were referring to when you said you had asked her if she went somewhere?
Yes, this is.
Okay, so this is the statement. There wasn't some earlier statement. It was this statement, correct?
There was an earlier statement when I initially got there. I, of course, looked around to see where the baby was sleeping and things of that nature. And from what Sergeant Stewart briefed me on,
The gene pool looks
I'm
like
not asking you what Sergeant Stewart said. I'm asking you if
Leilani's
it was your
pool.
question. If you asked the question
His
earlier.
gene pool looks like Leilani's
I'll
pool.
tell you, then I spoke with her and spoke with her boyfriend and asked some relatively same questions. Well, what time did y'all go in? When was the last time you saw him?
All right, well, let me ask you that. You said you asked her boyfriend. So did you ask her boyfriend or did you ask her? Those are two different things.
Both. They were both there together.
Right, but who answered? That's my question.
They both did.
So the boyfriend answered.
The boyfriend answered and gave me what time he last saw
Mhm.
the child, and she also gave me an answer of when she recalled last seeing
Okay. But that was the only other prior statement that you were talking about.
that I am involved with. Correct.
Okay, that's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
He was emotional about it a couple of times. You could tell. Stone face.
Mr. Dean, as to your next witness, the witnesses thus far have been relatively short. Are we still in that vein with the next witness as well?
I think the next witness is going to be, I'm notoriously bad at predicting how long, but I think longer than any of the previous witnesses. So I'll leave that information to the court, and the court can plot the way forward.
Okay. I'd like to take up some housekeeping and timing issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow you to take a short break. I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room while we talk about scheduling.
Juries are exiting.
All rise.
Order in the judge room. Order in the judge room.
Thank you. Order in the judge room. $2 to 3 weeks. It's going to be a while. Thank you.
All clear, Judge.
Thank you, Deputy Solomon. Everyone, please have a seat. So, we're at 4:40. I know we want to get as much done as we can. I'm concerned that if we start with the next witness, it may take some time. We can either break a little early and attend to any other things that we may need to let the jury go, or we can push through one more witness.
I'm fine with taking a break, Judge. I'll be quite frank. I'm biased because I have a little bit of a headache. So
I get it, and it's been a long day, but it's been a good day. So we're going to go ahead and break. We're going to start back up in the morning at 9 o'clock, and the
9
jurors
o'clock.
actually they have their meeting instructions, and everybody's clear on that. Okay. Is there anything that we need to take up outside of the presence of the jury at this time before we recess?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
not from the defense, Judge.
All right. With that, let's bring the jurors back in so we can release them. All right, we'll wait for them. Why don't everybody just have a seat until we get a little closer to time for them to come in.
Hey, Ash Cash. How are you, darling? So it's going to be not very many people in the courtroom. I don't see our girl right now. She might be over here, though. He's a jerk. Don't y'all think he's a jerk? Abs. It really saddens me.
Williams. All right, all the jurors are here. Please have a seat. Everyone else, please have a seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a good stopping point for us today. So I am going to release you for the evening. The trial is not over. So I'm going to remind you of my instructions. Please don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't let anyone talk with you about the case. Don't read, watch, listen, or consume any media, social or regular news. I do thank you for your time, your patience, your service. We will see you tomorrow. You know where to meet, and then you'll be brought here, and we will begin again. We're going to begin at 9 o'clock. That is the goal. All right. I wish you all a nice evening. You are excused.
He was. He's naturally annoying, I think. You know how there's some people that just naturally annoying? They can't help it. It's just something, they just can't even help it, I don't think. I think that's the way Pryor was. That's right, Tina. I guess. I don't know, but
All right. And with that, we stand in recess until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Attorneys, let's get here about 8:45 just to see if there's anything that we need to review. All right. Have a good night, everyone.
all right, and we are in recess. Cool cats and kittens. Of course, we will be covering this end to end. It is, what is it? 9 o'clock it's probably going to be about 9 o'clock every morning for the next 2 to 3 weeks. So the next 10 to 15 days. Yeah.
She's very sweet. She seems like a fair person. M. Blanc, was it the one in West Virginia? I think I just replied to that. I responded to you on that one. I will be back. Ooh, almost ended it. I will be back later this evening. It is 5:17 Eastern right now. I'll be back at 7:30 ish. Maybe 7, maybe 7:30. No later than 8, but anywhere from 7 to 8. Most likely 7:30. Love you all. Appreciate you. I will see you guys in a little bit. I've got to go take care of some things. These trials, I don't know how a lot of creators do them like every day. Like they're exhausting to me, but this one I got to be here. I got to be here. So, all right, guys. Thank you, Nosy. Thank you, guys. Love you all. All right. See y'all in a little bit. Bye-bye.